All right, good evening, everyone. It's good to have everybody here. Happy New Year. It is January 2nd, 2024, if you can believe that. And as always is the case, the first Tuesday of the month brings our monthly voting or business meeting. And so the first item of business is for Clerk Spratland to call roll for us. So I'm going to ask her to do that now.
Davenport,
Here.
Blake,
Oh, here.
Taylor,
Here.
Ryan,
Present.
Fisher,
Here.
Rule,
Here.
Culpepper,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Thornton,
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I do need a motion for approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, December 5th, Tuesday, December 12th, and non-voting meetings of Tuesday, December 12th, and Thursday, December 14th. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor, and the second was from Commissioner Link. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Those minutes are approved. I also do need a motion to amend the agenda. We have to add two items right before the consent agenda. We'll be doing the selection of Mayor Pro Tem, and then at the conclusion of the meeting, we're going to have a brief executive session to discuss real estate acquisition or disposal. So could I have a motion to amend the agenda to add those two items?
So moved. Second.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, and got a second from Commissioner Myers. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we'll get to those two items in due time. Do we have any written communications, Madam Clerk?
No, we have none tonight.
All right, we do have one presentation, so I'm going to move down below. Be an unusual month in Athens-Clarke County if some of our staff members weren't winning awards for the good work that they do. And so I would like to call forward Chris Griffin, who is Household Hazard Waste Supervisor at the Charm. Mr. Griffin, come on forward. Good to see you. It's a gentleman who has taken more styrofoam out of my car than you could ever imagine. Always does it with grace and dignity. And he's up here tonight because Mr. Griffin has received the Solid Waste Worker of the Year in Recycling Profession Award from the Solid Waste Association of North America's Georgia chapter. He received this honor at the Fall Conference on Jekyll Island on November 13th, 2023. Chris has been working for Athens-Clarke County for 25 years as of January 6th, 2023. He started with the Solid Waste Department as a collector, hanging off the back of trucks, and is now running our award-winning Charm facility. So, Mr. Griffin, I'd like to present this to you. Congratulations. All right. Thank you so much for your work. I really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you next time around. We have several opportunities for public input. We have opportunities on the consent agenda, which tonight are items 1 through 5. Opportunities on old and new business, which are items 6 through 21. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, there is an opportunity for public input on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Rules of public input are essentially the same for all items that we'll be seeing tonight. There's a clock that Clerk Spratland has in front of her and a light on her desk. The light turns green when you begin speaking. It turns yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and it turns red when your 3 minutes has expired. If at any of these opportunities you would like to provide public input, we just need a couple pieces of information from you. We need your full name and your place, which could include just the county of residence. And there's some cards that are on the podium, and if you could fill those out, that just helps make sure we accurately capture that information. Would any commissioner like to remove an item from the consent agenda before we get to public input and selection of Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, we're removing items.
We're
before we
removing
take
items
them.
right now from the consent agenda.
Okay.
If any commissioner would like to remove 1 through 5 from the consent agenda.
Number 5 right now. Sir.
Okay, number 5, Commissioner Fisher is going to come off consent. Would anything else like to come off consent? All right. So now, members of the public, would anyone like to speak to items 1 through 4? 1 through 4? If so, just step up to the podium. If your full name, place of residence.
My name is Cowboy Kerouac, and I live in the shed behind Mayor Gertz's house where I guard his various feet creams. Folks, regarding item 2, there's a serious issue facing this nation. They don't let you fuck the horses. It's for my music video. Thanks for contributing to Athens culture. Have a good meeting.
Would anyone else like to speak to items 1 through 4? All right, we are going to move to selection of Mayor Pro Tem as our first item of business. Long-standing rules. I think we're going to do, we'll do that vote first. Yeah, we'll do the consent vote first. So this is a vote on 1 through 4. We do have a couple of ordinances to read, and Attorney Drake is going to read those for us.
Items 1 and 2 have an ordinance. Item number 1, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget from Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for 2 full-time positions and associated expenses to support domestic violence cases and for other purposes. Item number 2, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to leisure services for purchase and replacement of signage for the Rocksprings Park and Community Center renaming and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. Do I hear a motion for approval of items 1 through 4?
So move.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion from Commissioner Link. We'll do the second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, those motions carry. We'll move to that Mayor Pro Tem selection. Given long-standing rules of the commission, there's a committee comprised of the mayor, the most recent Mayor Pro Tem, and the prior Mayor Pro Tem. And so we have a motion to present, and so I'm going to let Commissioner Myers do that for
Yeah,
us.
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Commissioner Thornton as the Mayor Pro Tem for this coming year.
I will second that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. We've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Taylor. All right, Commissioner Myers, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I just look forward to Commissioner Thornton having another year. I think it's a good precedent to have our Mayor Pro Tem serving 2 years. She, has served us well, but has had challenges during this year with the loss of her husband and such. So I really hope that she give her another year to fully embrace this position, and I look forward to working with her.
Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up?
Me too.
All right, me too. I think let's make that let's make that the follow-up phrase of 2024, friends. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Commissioner Thornton, we really appreciate you being willing to take this on for another year. This does get us back into what I hope to be our sort of typical cycle of a 2-year Mayor Pro Tem position. So I may see one more in my time here.
I only served 1 year. I don't know what.
There's a reason why,
I guess.
Kick me out.
Commissioner Thornton.
And I'm glad that we are looking at a 2-year term, and I strongly support that. But I will be sending out emails to each of you because I think there's other things we need to look at. We need to look at how long folk have been on the commission. Maybe we need to look at districts. I think that the 2-year is one thing, but to avoid some of the chaos in the past years, I think we could come up with a nice policy so whoever takes over, they'll know what they got to do and it goes through smoothly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we are going to move to our old and new business. And so now it's time for public input on items 5 through 21, 5 through 21. So if any member of the public is here to speak to any of those items, again, give us your full name, let us know the item you're speaking to. You want to step up to the podium. Agendas are on the desk that are just outside in the hallway to the right if you exit. And I think someone's got one there for you. Would anyone else like to speak to items 5 through 21? Any of our old or new business? Good evening.
If it has anything to do with housing, is that in it? So we're, Okay, number five.
There
okay.
is a homeless services item.
All right, great. Okay. My name is Tanya Cummings. I'm calling because I came in today because I have two sons in District 3 that have been housed in the Rapid Housing Program and poorly so. One is unemployed and suffering from mental issues that he goes through with Advantage, and they have just put him in a position where he's going to be homeless again. Have another son that just came out of the homeless camp, and he has been placed in conditions that are not favorable for the Rapid Housing Program as well, and he's going to end back up on the street because they're not giving him what he needs to stay in this position. So that's what I came for.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak to any of those items 5 through 21?
Okay, I'm coming now. I'm sorry. Okay. It's about the housing, and I am Lisa Walker. I am so tired of you all saying that you all are giving money to these organizations for people to have housing, but there are still people that's on the street that go to these places and they want to keep sending them to another place. And I have a cousin here that stays out where she's living with her mom right now in Green Acres because she got sick. And it says she went to Habitat because she was trying to get the housing over there because it said that it was the housing the Habitat got coming up is going to be for the people that stays over there. So her daughter goes to, what school she go to? Bonnie Shows. So it says right here, hi, I'm sorry for the confusion and this information. You received Athens Area Habitat for Humanity. Isn't accepting any application at this time. We are at capacity in all of our programs, and this has been the case for a while. Multiple months. The link below is where you can see if applications are open for any programs. Well, the housing haven't even got started yet. So how is it that they don't have an application? So I went over there to talk to them when she told me, what was going on. I'm like, well, let me go over there and talk and see what's going on. So Spencer's lawyer ran out the back and started hollering at me and telling me, well, Lisa, it's for the people that's working. This child has worked for 23 years. She don't put her time in. And because she got sick, she got a health issue going on, she's now no longer to work. So why is it that she cannot get a place to stay? Why is it that she can't even get an application saying that there's no application? Mayor Gertz, I'm sick and tired of this. And I know whole Athens is. You all are getting the money. The money is going to these organizations, and nobody is able to get the money. And housing is going up so high till we can't even get in them. I'm going to be honest with you. They're not for the black. And I'm sick or tired of this. I'm just tired of this. They're getting all this money, and we can't get in them. And it's getting up so high, this blood is going to be on y'all hands. I go out, I feed the homeless. I don't just feed the black, I feed the white too. Some of the white call me auntie. And I'm tired of this. It's ridiculous. Even with the art, I went over there doing a Christmas, Thanksgiving, not just for me, but I went up because I feed the homeless. You had to show proof almost of what you had to get for a house to get a damn turkey. And excuse me for my French, but they wouldn't even give me a turkey. Guess what they told me?
Ms.
It's
Walker,
just you in the house. You can't have a turkey.
Thank you for coming, Ms.
And I
Walker.
had to show my ID.
Time's expired,
my
ma'am.
Social Security. I understand.
Appreciate it.
My Social Security, my ID, and all the rest of that for a darn turkey. For the money that y'all give them. It's not right.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to any of the items 5 through 21?
Sick of it. It don't make no sense.
Good evening.
Jo Beth Allen. I live in Athens. I just wanted to point out what I know you all already know, and that's the connection between item 6 and item 16. A huge part of the homeless problem in Athens is the wage problem in Athens. And I would really like to see the city lead, as it has done sometimes in the past, and I expect you will again, in setting wages that people can actually live on and afford to live in Athens. So I'm encouraging the funding of that study.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Would anyone else like to speak to any of those items 5 through 21? All right, we'll move to discussion of those items. Item 5 is the vendor selection for the Leisure Services Comprehensive Master Plan, and Commissioner Fisher, you asked to have this on discussion.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions, mainly to our staff, and Happy New Year to everyone. My first question, when I was looking at the history of our leisure services, and I understand there was a consultant, I guess, contract put out in 2008, which was 13 years ago. Did that contract ever get awarded? And if so, where is it? I'd like to take a look at it. Because I'd like to know if we're going to approve this contract, is anything that was done in 2008 that hasn't been done, and whether or not we need to move forward with this contract that we're trying to, that you all want to approve, possibly tonight. My second question is, do the National Parks and Recs Association provide any type of expertise or consultants to leisure service departments around the country? And thirdly, are we not accredited yet as a leisure services department?
So in order, we're not accredited at this point, and that would be helpful to do that. The second question was whether or not there is technical assistance from the NRPA, and they offer some, but it's limited, but I can't articulate it to you right now, but I could, given a few minutes. And what was your third question, sir?
According to the history that you all provided,
Yes.
for 2008, there was a consultant contract put out. Was it ever, if it was it awarded, and was anything done to implement that 2008 contract, or
It was awarded but not completed. It was predated me coming here. I know that. So I don't think there was a lot of useful information that came out of that, particularly for today's needs. And part of what prompts this, y'all, is that there are a lot of special interest groups, whether it's mountain biking folks or equestrian folks or special needs parents, if you might remember, that everybody wants to have every park be everything, and it can't with resources. So we're trying to do a thoughtful exercise where everybody's around the table talking about what the needs of the community are, what parks lend themselves to certain types of activities. I'm sure that even in this small county, we can provide access for all sorts of interest. I don't know if we can do it, all of them in every park, and so that's sort of what this is meant to do. And from time to time, I've met some of you on site with some of the special interest groups who are like, we want this here, and so that's meant to sort of bring everybody together and talk about the future and can lay the groundwork for future SPLOST proposals or how you want to maintain through limited general fund capital dollars, what activities. Sorry.
so in essence, it's really the first time that we ever done a contract with leisure services to do it for a master plan to look at leisure services.
Since I've been manager, they've asked repeatedly about this, and it's just never made the budget cut, but it made it last year, and this is the award of that.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Sure, I'll say this. I do believe it may have predated you that there was a master plan done of leisure services. And this was when Ms. Reedy was around, Pam Reedy, if you remember. It was a long process, which leads me to this point. It is a long process.
Yes,
And
16 months.
I'm going to make a motion that we hold this for a little while. And I'm going to make that motion simply because I know we've got stuff going on at Memorial Park that's on the budget tonight. We've got stuff that's going on at Bishop Park that's in the works. and Satterfield, I think, has had some work. We just got through with some Thomas Lay Park facility work. So I think we need to take a broader look at this and perhaps have a discussion at our gathering here soon that we'll have at the retreat or something about what we want out of this and how we're approaching our parks. Because, I remember when the last one was done, it was looking at pricing for parks and pricing for different activities that we allowed. And that really opened up a can of worms because, our parks are there for people to utilize, and our parks are there for our youth to utilize. And we want to make sure that, whatever this contract is being looked at, fits the needs of what we're prioritizing. So, motion to hold.
I'm going to second that motion.
So we've got a motion to hold from Commissioner Hamby. I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, any follow-up?
I would actually like to see that 2008 master plan and take a look at what was done out of that plan, and then figure, like you said, things have changed. It's 13 years later, but at least if we could see what is done, it'd give us a better direction where we want to go. I definitely, my feeling about consultants, but I admit we need them sometime. But let's see what we're working with first, what was done, what still needs to be done, and be more targeted in our just be more targeted.
Well, if I could, so you must be accredited, you have to have a plan to be accredited, number one. Number two, my understanding is your lack of funding resulted in the master plan not being completed. So I'm glad to go find whatever it was, but I would caution you not to use that as a comparator to what we're hoping to get in this effort. So if I could say that. There were no recommendations for the future really in that, even though there was a lot of public engagement and an asset inventory at the time. So that's my understanding of what that limited effort was all about.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I am not going to support the motion to table this. I think a lot of what, if I'm looking at number 2 in the facts and issues, we're looking at the scope of the master plan, which will do to give us that review and assessment of the community demographics, the programs that have been offered, and a whole list of other bulleted points there. Again, as I'm looking through here, as Commissioner Williams, he's the manager, right? Points out that in Fact 5, there is, you have to have this master plan in order to be accredited here. And it's clear here that this is a request from our leisure services. A lot of times we talk about how wonderful they are, and here they are making a request. I'd like to follow through on what we did when we put in money in the budget this past year and the year before for this master plan. And so, obviously, if the hold passes, the tabling passes, it passes, but I'd like to go ahead and move this forward now.
Would you like to make a motion
Oh,
to approve?
okay, I'll make a substitute motion to approve the agenda item as is.
Second.
All right, so I've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Myers. I've got the second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Davenport, you want to follow through?
Yes, and I thank my colleagues, but we've discussed this briefly in the past about a lot of our, I don't say a lot of our residents, some of our residents have disabilities that they were having trouble accessing some of our parks. We have discussed, we have a blind baseball league that goes underutilized every year. As well, in the past, we had some concerns about residents not having enough benches in our parks. There was a discussion of more fruit trees, nut trees, so, residents can, when people come to our parks, they have something to eat. So we've had this discussion. It was not high level, but I know Leisure Service has been asking for this proposal, and it's pretty much just going to be outreach for the community, asking our community and the resident what they would like to see in parks. Like, I would love to see more pickleball. I would love to see more basketball courts. So I think this is a healthy thing to do, and we should move forward on it.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I agree. We should move this along as quickly as possible because there's definitely a need to assess the future planning of our parks. I do remember that planning process back in 2008. I remember participating in it, and I remember it was more focused on fiscal issues, and there was some reorganization of divisions within staffing within the parks, rather than, a planning of the actual physical parks and a needs assessment of the broader community. And then again, that was 15 years ago. This community has changed drastically in those 15 years. We've seen a population surge, we've seen demographic changes. We have different needs regarding housing, and housing centers have shifted. I think we need to move this along, and not only that, but we put this in the budget for a reason. This was all discussed during budget sessions, and it was determined that, we want to do this master plan. We put the money in the budget, and now's the time we move that money on and get a contract.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Fisher? Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll try not to belabor some of the points some of my colleagues already made, but I do believe we should move forward on this. And when I think of the spirit of the motion to hold, it seems to be to try to gather more information or figure out, how to balance the needs of different parks and things. And that's exactly what this is designed to do. So I feel like if we were going to hold it, it would beg the question, what do we imagine we'd achieve from that? And I think why we're here, why this request has come up repeatedly, budget after budget, and why we ultimately funded it in this past budget cycle is because Leisure Services staff doesn't have the capacity to do that work themselves. So that's why so I think it begs the question, if we don't move forward with this vendor that's gone through the RFP process, and we're now at the last stage, right? This has already been happening for the bulk of this fiscal year. This is just us moving forward with the vendor who's won the bid. If we're not going to move forward with them, then who's going to do this work? And I think if we end up back in the same place we've been each budget cycle, where we kind of ping pong whether it should be staff or not, we're going to keep getting the same answer from staff, which is that they don't have the ability to pull this off and do everything else they've got to do.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, and although my colleagues are right that we need to move forward, but I guess my thinking is what's the rush? Yes, we put it in the budget on 2 occasions, but I think, a lot of times we do things and we rush through it, and then sometimes we don't get it right. So let's look at trying to get this right. And again, I still want to see the last master plan that was put in place. And I say that to say when we looked at the housing plan, we had dealer housing plan several years ago, there were some of the same things in there. So I'm just asking, I just want to look at the master plan, see what it is. I don't think a month delay or our next voting session is going to hurt anything to delay it. So I agree with my colleagues. Want to table this right now, and then let's take a look at what we got.
Can I clarify the motion? Is it
So
is it to hold for a month or is it to table indefinitely?
Hold for a month.
The,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on.
the motion was table, but, was the intent time?
I'll speak. If
I'm
others
sorry.
want to speak, I can speak to it right now. I think we ought to table it and bring it back up, certainly maybe before fiscal year, but during the budget time. But, here's what I've seen. And Commissioner Link has seen this. Some of us has been here for a while, has seen this. We do things like this, and they're all well and good and well-intentioned. And what I'm looking at now is what we're paying for this, $400,000. And now I'm processing in my mind, okay, what are the priorities we're facing behind this rail as a commission? And where are we moving from here? Well, you can look at this agenda and see other things on this agenda that are going to cost this community some money and that we're investing in to help make things better. The homeless one is one that comes up. Look at what we could do with $400,000 that comes up. I'm not finished just yet, Mayor, but I'm getting somewhere. So I guess in my mind, I don't know that, I'm not saying let's don't do some sort of master plan, but if you look at the scope of concept here, the number one thing they're going to do is look at demographic trends of our population. Have other studies not already done that? Did Envision Athens work? I think we're paying more here than we actually did for Envision Athens, which was a community-wide study. So I think we've got other studies that have been done and paid for that we need to just kind of take a second gander at and go from there and really dig deep down onto what this scope of work ought to be, because I don't know that it needs to be $400,000. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
And that was where I was going. I think that we do so many studies, and we've made some bad decisions, some of my commissioners, based on the study. And some studies are just sitting there. I don't think that holding this is going to make that much of a difference at this point. But our priorities, you want to raise taxes on stormwater, and then you want to pay for a $400 study. We put a $300,000, whatever, $30,000 toilet downtown, and you want to pay for a study. We want fare-free bus riding, and you want to pay for a study. People need housing. People need homes. Yes. People need a quality of care. And we can't do everything. And if we haven't made mistakes in the past, that would be different. We have made some bad, our priorities have not been where we're talking about. I think someone spoke about a livable wage. I'm not saying that the study is not necessary. And I definitely am not speaking against folk with disabilities that need those access and handicap facilities. I'm definitely not saying that. But I'm saying the last time we paid $400,000 for a study was the disparity study. And it's sitting in GOC right now. I'm quite sure there's something somebody else could do between now and budget time. We put this in the budget last year. You know why? Because we did not think things clearly on what our priority. No, I'm not going to be voting for property taxes and stormwater taxes and all of that when we putting toilets and stuff downtown. No, I'm not doing it. So it don't have to pass. But study what's going on in HCD. Let them do the study. We pay those folks. I'm sorry.
As we
I'm
come
just
to
against consultants, everybody.
as we come to a decision, I just want to lay some groundwork, which is that it's an unusual month in my office when I don't have 3 or 4 or 5 entities and sometimes individuals, parents or educators knocking on the door to highlight some of the community needs that we have with the thousands of acres that we manage and the hundreds of thousands of square feet of leisure facilities with one of our largest departments. Sometimes it's folks who are interested in pickleball. Sometimes it's youth basketball folks. Sometimes it's trail riding folks. And what has been an ideal opportunity in this agenda item is for us to say, let's do that backup and let's look at the big picture so that we can appropriately prioritize these very, very, very many needs that the community has that are rational needs. But we want to make sure that as we do move forward in future budget cycles around staffing and around capital costs, that we're putting those dollars and we're putting those staff members where they're most needed. Because if they're most needed in youth basketball, or if they're most needed in trail riding, or if they're most needed in pickleball, we want to do that. And so this is that opportunity. So, Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on, I heard some colleagues raising concern about how this feels rushed. And I mean, we're juggling a lot of agenda items all the time, but I just wanted to point to a few facts and issues. The first thing to note, if we're looking at history on our agenda item number 2, is that a few years ago, $100,000 was allocated for just one park, Rock and Shoals. And now that's actually going to be built into this. But then in June of last year, and in June of the prior year, the mayor and commission, that's us, authorized this to be funded. Like, this is a decision we already made in the budget season to pay for this. So, that budget that passed, the last budget that passed to fund the second half of this, was sponsored by the same folks who are arguing to hold it now, which is a bit puzzling to me. We've already made the decision to fund this, and it's a request that's existed perennially for years before we made this decision. Staff has already gone through the trouble of going through the RFPs, and In August is when we received 2 proposals, and then in September of last year is when staff then met with both firms who applied to talk about some details of those proposals. And then later in September, they certified the RFP process. So, I don't really think this has actually been moving forward on a standard, thoughtful timeline that staff would try to move anything forward on. I don't feel like this is rushed. I think our history and the agenda item makes that clear. And I also think it would be just kind of an unfortunate back to square one when we've already gotten right to the end on something that we've already funded. We're just going to end up making staff do this whole thing all over again at some point in the future. So I don't see why we don't move forward today.
Commissioner Lincoln, then Commissioner Hamby.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone how many millions of dollars we have put into youth development, divvying that money out to other entities like the school district and the Boys and Girls Club and an assortment of other organizations. It's kind of been like throwing spaghetti at a wall. If we have a study like this, it can guide us as to where the real need is. I remember coming on this commission 9 years ago and going through the first budget cycle and seeing what a slim slice of the pie our leisure services division was. And, from what I understand, there were some pretty intensive cuts to that department in the wake of the 2008 economic collapse. And, it's taken a while to get that budget back up and running, and I don't know that it's ever really caught up. And I would argue that some of the issues that we've had in recent years with youth gang violence has to do with the fact that that department was slashed back then, and those kids didn't have much to do after school and end up getting themselves in trouble. This is very much a youth development issue as much as it is, a parks and trees and nature issue. This is a way we can actually get some data on where the needs are in our community and the kind of programs we need to develop to serve the youth in this community who are facing difficult situations and really do need some activities to keep them occupied, and I'll bring it up again and again. I believe that we really do need to focus on arts and nature activities for our kids. We do a lot of focus on sports, but there's a lot of kids out there who aren't prone to sports, don't want to have anything to do with them, they're physically not capable, and, time in nature and artistic activities can really help them find their niche. And, even give them some real marketable skills, quite frankly. So I am all for getting this study and figuring out where the needs are in our community, particularly to help the children in our community.
Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to reiterate for those that may not remember, when this was brought up during the budget discussion, several of us behind the rail did argue about the need for doing this in the budget, and that argument we didn't win. Which is fine. It's where we are today to move forward. But I will say this, I'm looking at it from, a priority perspective, y'all. I think we need to have a bigger discussion about what some of the needs are coming up during this next year that our community's facing. I think also we've got very talented people in this community. We've got very talented people in leisure services. Every month, just about. This is the first night I haven't seen leisure services here in a while getting an award for something. We're an award-winning leisure services community in this country. I think if anybody wants to learn get a master plan done, they come here to see what we're doing that's working because we get all these awards. So, at any rate, I'm just saying, let's take a step. Let's have a conversation about what our priorities are. $400,000 is a lot of money, y'all. $400,000 could go to some of these programs that Commissioner Link was talking about instead of going to a study. I'm not saying don't do a study. Let's just don't spend $400,000 on a study. So let's go from there and see what happens.
All right, we're going to do a round beginning with Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, just to have a clarification from Manager Williams. Am I looking correctly in here that where does leisure services fall in the amount of money it's spent? It looks to me like that was a capital project, so I don't have everything. We spend millions of dollars on leisure services every year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I didn't have my handy budget here to pull up and prioritize where we're spending money, but I know we spend a lot more money on other departments, like in all of our fire safety and the police and the public safety together are way more than the leisure services, if I understand correctly there. And just to repeat again, the request for the plan itself, you in the manager's office didn't make this up. This came from those award-winning leisure service staff. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I'll say this too, and I totally understand the priority discussion, but we do have some phenomenal employees, but I do want to remind everybody that we are severely understaffed, just like every other government across America. So they are winning awards, doing their job and others' jobs, and I know it seems like, well, this is a pretty easy exercise, but and totally understand if y'all need to hold it and discuss it further, but I don't want you to expect that the employees are going to be able to go out there and do it to the extent that we're hopeful.
He's talking about me.
Commissioner Thornton.
I'm going to probably still vote against it, but I support leadership services. I support all of our departments that do great work, and I do admire and respect the awards that we get. And I think Commissioner Davenport mentioned people coming and telling us this. Yes, I do remember some conversations, but I don't remember it, folk. I think even the mayor said people come and talk to him about pickleball. It has never been blown up to the point where I could say that $400,000 is worth a study right now. I'm sorry. Like I said, and I think, and I can't speak for anybody else but myself, but just like that study from 2008, maybe it is outdated, and maybe priorities has changed, but our priorities are changing on a regular basis. And right now, we have some deep, deep issues that if we just keep I think somebody's throwing spaghetti against the wall, we're not going to get it done. I just think that, you don't want to blame anybody, but we don't talk enough to see where the priority, because some of y'all are getting information that I don't have. And the information I'm getting is pretty much to a wide arena of folk. You looked at me like that. But I'm saying, some of y'all are saying things that I don't really have that information. And those, to me, those are the things that we need to be having work sessions about, talking about in retreat, so we all will at least look like we're on the same page. But the priorities that y'all are talking about aren't the same priorities that I've been hearing from the community. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think $400,000 is, and maybe we did vote on the budget, as Commissioner Hull said, but when we need to make a shift, we need to learn how to make a shift, and that we make sure we help everybody. I don't think it's unreasonable to look at the old study. We have had so much information, but $400,000 right now, with the issues that are coming up, and some we're going to be voting on later that has a dollar tag to it, is just where I am right now. I don't think we should be doing consultants like the way we do them anyway, period. So maybe I'm just, what's the word? Maybe I just don't like consultants. Okay.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in on this. I didn't realize that this difference of opinion was coming, so I'm just trying to catch up. Part of the packet from this consultant talks about conducting inventory of parks, facilities, trails, and open space. I was thinking that kind of thing would be happening with our space allocation study that's going out. Maybe not the facilities, but there could be some overlap with that. I think that we can slow this down and not pass it tonight. We had 3 good questions here. We've got some other people who want some more information. I'm not trying to make it go away, but I don't think that the entire group is ready with enough information tonight to put this forward. We often wonder about our partnership with the University of Georgia. We're not even one of the Archway communities. I think it's $90,000 a year to be one of UGA's Archway communities, and they team us with experts. And we had an expert from UGA helped the audit, internal auditor, and when we worked on some consultant, when we did, had a outside consultant help us with one of the leisure services audits. So we had a professor there that was helpful. And I think that we can get experts in the community to help us if we partner with them. And that's just an example that doesn't cost much. That was the kind of thing I was going to bring up for budget cycle and our retreat, just as another thing that we can do to address not overburdening our staff who are keeping everything running, and to keep the priorities so that we can allocate and get a grasp on our massive leisure services. I think that the master plan is needed, but I agree that the price tag's a bit much for right now.
Manager Williams, given that Commissioner Wright brought the question up of our space allocation work, could you somewhat distinguish that work from our facilities that are part of the leisure services array?
Sure. In my understanding, the space allocation study is limited to, conditioned space that employees would inhabit. We do have a lot of structures such as, pavilions and things of that nature, trail facilities and whatnot, but I don't believe that's currently part of the study scope or
so much
contemplated for that.
Facilities for human resources and courts and those kinds of things.
So
it's somewhat different.
More staff facilities versus public facilities. And obviously, there's staff-public combinations.
Places for folks to work, I think.
Okay.
As opposed, but I will say, as far as, leisure services facility, they did convert to CityWorks a few years ago, which is an asset inventory program. So they've been inputting information over time into that.
Was there another, Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, I just want to try to bring this conversation back to what this agenda item is. It's approving the selection of Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker LLC as the most responsive proposal. And then it's authorizing the mayor to execute the paperwork. So I appreciate that this discussion is about bigger picture, what should we do, what should our priorities be? But this body has already decided that this was a priority after staff requested year after year for it to be a priority. So, the budget passed by this body, again, we deliberated this in budget season, and ultimately it ended up in both versions of the budget. It was passed by anyone who voted for any version of the budget, voted for this. So, staff has now just carried out the work that we funded. We talk about our award-winning staff, but then our staff is also overworked and the morale is down. A great way to hurt morale is to make staff make the same request year after year, finally approve it, and then once we're about to award the contract to get the work done that they're banking on finally being done, yank the rug out from under them and tell them to start all over again.
Clerk Spratlin, we've got a motion on the floor, so we'll begin with Commissioner Myers and vote on the substitute motion.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Amby. No. Davenport,
Yes.
Blink,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
Nope.
Fisher,
No.
Hool,
Yes.
Culpepper.
No.
5 yes, 5 no.
All right, as indicated earlier, this has been something I've prioritized, I'm going to vote yes. All right, thanks, everyone. We're moving on to item 6. This is the scope of work with ARPA-funded homeless activities. There's a commission-defined option in your packet. I know there's some narrative kind of has to be unpacked with that, so I'll turn to Commissioner Fisher to begin.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to thank the staff, especially Assistant Manager Nikki Jones, for helping us with this CDO and putting this together. And basically, along with colleagues Thornton and Wright and Culpepper, that was a part of this. So one of the things that we talked about and what we wanted to do, and is 3 things in here. We got the Homeless Coalition contract, we got the Salvation Army Award, the Emergency Shelter Plan, and the 3 RFPs. So I'm gonna start with the 3 RFPs first, Mayor. The three RFPs will go out as we had talked about in our December meeting. However, they will go out with not any monetary award attached to those three RFPs. What we'd like for our nonprofits to do, once they return those RFPs back to us, we'll have a financial or monetary award attached to that for low barrier. Initially, we had planned $2.2 million for low barrier. Well, in my thought process, I was thinking we may not need $2.2 million. Maybe it's only $1 million. Maybe it's $500,000. I don't know. But again, whatever nonprofits will put in an RFP for those funds, they need to tell us what it would cost to do low barrier housing. Get back with our homeless coalition contract, $1,080,000. There's a board that's been put together now with our Athens Homeless Coalition. They're up and running. Now they do have some things they got to do. They got to hire executive director and then some other people. And I mentioned in our last meeting back in December, I thought we probably should have that in place, but I don't want to hold this process up. I think we need to move forward with what we got. So we want to go ahead and move forward with awarding the $1 million plus to Athens Coalition, the Athens Homeless Coalition, and then with the Salvation Army Award, $550,000, because they have beds that are available. We need to help them. The many people we got as homeless, we need to go ahead and help them try to get those beds up and running. And then with our emergency shelter plan. We talked about this over a year ago when we had the hard freeze last year about having space in our community open up. This $500,000 will be used for those things. Hopefully we'll look at maybe some of our community centers, possibly our faith-based community that would help house those unhoused community members that we have that may not have anywhere to stay when the weathers get really cold. So hopefully we'll go ahead and get those up as quickly as possible. And then, of course, I asked the question, how fast will we be able to execute these things moving forward? So, Mayor, that's where we are right now. And that was the CDO that I proposed moving forward. And hopefully my colleagues will want to move forward with this.
Would you like to make a motion for approval of the commission-defined
So
option?
I'd like to make a motion to move with the commission-defined option with ARP funding availability for staff in the Homeless Coalition, the Salvation Army, the Emergency Shelter Plan, and our 3 RFPs that are going out.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Fisher, a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Wright, did you want to make any follow-up comments as seconder?
Me too.
I need to move then to Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody know I'm going to recuse myself from the vote due to my association with the Salvation Army.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. Any input from members of the body? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend the language in the CDO by replacing some words that I shared with people earlier. And that's to make it clear that all 7 strategies will still be addressed in the allocation of funds that were listed in the original agenda item. And so the language I'm suggesting is that all strategies, this is the exact wording, all strategies in the 3 RFPs will be funded in an amount not to exceed the cap of $2,380,000 with a minimum award amount of $50,000 for a period of contract to be expended by December 31st, 2026, unless there's a strategy with no recommended proposal. This language would make it clearer that we are still intent to follow through with the recommendations of the homelessness plan that we all approved just a couple of months ago.
I'll second that.
As motioner, well, we can ask if Commissioner Fisher as motioner would accept inclusion of that language. Yes. All right, and a seconder.
It was kind of a long comment there. I kind of needed it grayed out.
You got to do it too.
But if you followed it, I'm good with it.
It's the language that I shared earlier today.
I think
Not all of us were on email today.
I think effectively what we're saying is that, as a total expenditure, we'd be pursuing all those aims, rather than sort of holding open the notion that maybe one of those aims, but not others would be pursued.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, we want to, in my mind, in accepting this and working, supporting the commission fund option is that we're casting a net, not knowing who's going to come forward with what great ideas in this realm. And so we want to be flexible to what comes forward. And you're saying not to leave anybody out?
No, what I'm saying is that as
Nothing
stated
changes.
right now, the language is such that we could award all the money to one proposal, the way the wording is
Yeah,
now.
we want the diversity. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So it's really, if that's what the intent, I'm just clarifying the language so it matches.
I appreciate the editing, and
Thanks, everyone, for clarification. Commissioner Thornton?
And I definitely am not going to confuse everybody like I did before when I changed my vote. But I'm agreeing with the language mainly because I really did not agree with the recommendation from the start. It's like taking something that I did not and do not support and making the best out of it. This is better than what was presented to, in my opinion, for me personally. I think I do want to go on record that, this to me, I just have, so I don't want to confuse them. I'm not changing no votes or nothing like that tonight, but I do think I can live with this more than what was on the table before.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the work that's gone into the CDO. I've been mulling over concerns I've had over the weekend, and particularly the element where we're rushing in this case, skipping the bidding process that would normally happen and just direct awarding $550,000 to the Salvation Army for a proposal that's fairly underdeveloped. There's some language built in here that helps ensure that it would be better clarified with a budget and things before we pass it. But I guess I'm still concerned about the genesis of this CDO, including that element, just given that, I respect the recusal from the vote, but the fact that this was generated by somebody who's been serving on the board to then circumvent the process that we would normally do is, I think, well-intentioned, but I think it's something that puts this body at risk. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the CDO with items 1, 3, and 4 only.
I'll second that.
All right, so I've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Houle.
Sorry, 1 and 3 only, sorry. If you still second that.
I'll second that, yeah.
And substitute second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up notes?
Yeah, it gives me real pause to introduce a specific provider into an item that was initially a call for RFPs, that was a call out to the community to allow this one agency to pretty much skip the line. It sends I feel like it sends a poor message to the rest of the providers in our community. There's a question of fairness there that needs to be addressed. And I agree. The conflict of interest is really disturbing. I really want to see this process play out as it was envisioned in the plan that we accepted a couple months ago. And I want to assure that those strategies are funded at the levels that they were accepted a couple months ago. the idea of introducing a new provider with a fairly vague proposal, we've been burned in the past with these kind of unsolicited proposals. And I don't want to see it happen again when we have the opportunity to go through a process that staff is prepared for. I feel like this would only hinder staff in their evaluation of that RFP process for the rest of the funding. We talk about putting undue burdens on our staff, and this most certainly would do that. So, I would prefer to accept the original agenda item. But I understand the addition of this, and I understand staff has been working on this emergency shelter program. So I would like to hear a little bit from Assistant Manager Jones on the origins of that and the evolution of that.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
About the emergency shelter, a warming center.
Certainly.
Can you tell us where that came from and where it's going?
So we've been working on an emergency shelter plan for a while. We saw what happened last year. Now, 2 years ago, I guess. We didn't want to get caught up in the same situation. So we're working through on multiple tiers with our partners. Some of those partners include churches, housing providers, to ensure that ACC Gov is not necessarily the first line of defense. However, there is a part of that plan where ACC Gov would get involved. We do see ourselves as the entity providing blankets, pillows, perishable items to our partners such as churches. However, if it got to a point to where ACC Gov had to get involved, we would provide generators. So that's also part of the emergency plan. So the procurement of pillows, blankets, cots, generators, things like that for an emergency issue. And it's not just for homelessness, it could be a tornado where we would get involved.
Okay.
So that's where the $500,000 would go.
Okay, so you see this segment of the CDO as achieving that goal to fund that emergency shelter program that staff has actually been working on for some time?
Correct. Preparation for it.
Yeah.
And us being able to position our partners in a better way.
Okay.
If I could add to that, this has been going on since the fire department has actively engaged our partners. And actually, this idea came from the partners themselves. They're like, if you could just help us with our mission, provide these things, and it occurred to staff that then we don't have to duplicate those things. We can help with that. And we were, at the time this CDO came up, kind of puzzling over how do we affect that transfer of things. So this, at least that portion of it, I think, serves some good purposes as far as staff's concerned.
I have another question, and this one's for the attorney regarding, ethics code and conflict of interest as far as, a CDO that was developed by someone who is actually on the board of this agency that's, we're looking at awarding a non-RFP contract to. Can you talk a little bit about the legal implications, ethical implications of that? The fact that this was.
Well, I think that I can't speak to how the CDO is developed. So I can't speak to that. But I can speak to the fact that I was advised that Commissioner Culpepper is on the board of the Salvation Army and was asked to look into what are the ethical concerns related to that. And under the ARPA guidelines, procurement is not required. You do not have to do a competitive procurement process to do an award. You just have to do a risk assessment, and we've already advised staff that would need to happen if this was approved for Salvation Army. And we've done that in the past, not done a competitive procurement with ARPA funds. So from that standpoint, that's a little different from what is the normal situation. And under our ethics provisions in the Code of Ordinances and the Charter, it was determined that if Commissioner Culpepper discloses the conflict of interest and recuses himself, then there would be nothing. It'd be up to the commission to decide, as you are now, whether to approve that. Now, as far as, I don't think there's a legal concern, but as far as, it's up to each individual member of the commission to decide what they believe is appropriate in this situation. And so that's That's the position, our position on this matter. And I would add that recusal by Commissioner Culpepper also includes removal of his name from the CDO.
I've got a few more commissioners, Taylor, Davenport, and then I had Thornton and Houle as well as Myers.
Judd, thank you so much for that clarification. Because once you clarified, my comment was no longer valid. Because I do feel like this entity does great work. And I also feel like even though we sit on boards, some of us don't necessarily recuse ourselves when we vote on things, for organizations like Advantage that, we sit on their board and we still vote on things, but it's so easy for us to call our colleagues out. But thank you for clarifying, and I will be supporting the CDO.
As a procedural matter, it is the case that there are some entities that are state-designated providers. The Council on Aging is a good example of that. It's blessed by the state as the provider for senior services. Similarly, Advantage is blessed by the state as the community service board provider. And so they ask that there be a local elected official that sits on that board. So it's a somewhat different situation than an independent 501c3, but I understand how those can seem similar.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification as well.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, mine is similar, not similar, but thank you, Manager Jones. He answered my question. So when I read the CDO, I thought it was, a good idea to go ahead and award someone because they can get people off the streets right now. Mm-hmm. So, I think it would be good upon us as government officials to help those who are in need right now. But because the RFP process will be at least 45 days, is that correct? And then it's a long process, and people are in desperate need of help right now. But I do like the response from Manager Jones in assisting these nonprofits and these organizations to get to provide the services that are needed for our community. Thank you.
I did have Commissioner Wright next. I couldn't read my own handwriting.
That's right. You were looking over here. I seized the moment. Just a couple comments. What came forward to me on this agenda item when it started out having designated dollar amounts, and I know where they came from. They came from a study that we had, and we studied it, and we accepted the study. We did not adopt it. We did not approve it. We accepted it. And so right now, the Commission to Find Option has a different way of bucketing the money for the RFPs so that when the community comes forward and it's evaluated, and it is going to take several months for that process for these RFPs to go out, the applicants, I hope that, and I'm going to try to help with my newsletter, is to give people the deadlines to fill out these applications, because if you're doing anything, keeping people off the street, housed, then you should be applying for something in the request for proposals. It's my understanding the Salvation Army had a proposal in August that came to us for what they could do for unhoused. Winter is here right now. And for me, the diversity we're getting with something to move on quickly, like we did for the Boys and Girls Club, because we wanted year-round youth development, not just summer programs, that this kind of falls into that. It's an established program in the community. We have the details from it, just like we get details from different assignments that we all have to get the details, knowing that this request had been sent in to us. And then combined with the warming shelter plan, gives us things that are happening for this winter while the release for the other proposals come in. And we are still have not adopted the dollar amount. And it will come forward when the RFPs come forward and it's presented to us. We're going to go through this all again to decide if we want to accept and adopt the allocation that comes from these requests for proposals. So that's the way I'm looking at it. I know it's easy to think when we accept something in a study that we're adopting it and that we've approved it, but we're just accepting it. And these are the other details that come after accepting.
Got Commissioner Hool.
Yeah, a few things. I appreciate you pointing out, Mayor, but, you know, when we are appointed to serve on a board on behalf of the government as the government's representative to that agency because of a law, that's very different from personal service on a board. So a colleague raised up Advantage as an example. Were I not serving on the board of Advantage, someone else on this body would have to be appointed into that position. So, you know, I just think that that's an important distinction. And it is true that we should not be involved in developing or voting on proposals for organizations that we have a formal relationship with. So I'm just, that's my caution here. It's not the spirit behind it. It's just the technical methodology. And I think we should be really cautious about that. I mean, it's turning into almost a pattern now that this body is cherry-picking organizations to move things along extra quickly instead of running organizations through the same process. And it's sending mixed messages to the community, and I think in some ways it's also setting us up for a difficulty in being consistent moving forward. I would like to clarify that the agenda item that we adopted as a CDO, I mean, this is essentially another commission-defined option on top of a commission-defined option. So there's already been a commission-defined option that directed a lot of things around the acceptance of that plan. But also the acceptance of that plan, that was A. B is approve the proposed allocation of the remaining money. So, I mean, the plan not only maps out the allocations of the dollars, but that was also built into the agenda report that we voted on and accepted/approved unanimously. So and the last thing I'd like to note, you know, because I talked a good bit with staff about like just realistically how quickly can this turn around. You know, we've seen other contracts take time. So the risk assessment that's required by the federal government just to get to a point where they can then be negotiating the contract language with the Salvation Army in this case isn't going to happen overnight. It's unlikely to happen before the winter is over. So, I mean, I super appreciate the urgency, hence my support for the warming shelter part. I think that was a really keen suggestion by Commissioner Fisher and team. But the rest of it, I just have a lot of caution about. And I guess I just wanted to clarify, too, because I was rereading the language of this agenda item. I think to make sure my motion is clear, assuming the seconder is amenable, probably the better way to word it is approve the agenda item as is with the addition of item number 3 from the commission-defined option presented in our agenda packet. So,
Yeah, I'm amenable to that.
Got Commissioner Thornton.
I want to be clear on my support of the Salvation Army, and to me, 38 empty beds, and I'm looking at 38 people laying on North Avenue in my district. I would like to think that staff, or maybe that's where you need a contractor or a consultant, is to get whatever paperwork done so we could pick those folk up off the street and put them in 38 empty beds. That was my only concern. The warming station, I've been talking about that for, 2 years now? And we're just at this placing point. Again, I think this all boils down to where our priorities are. We have different priorities. I think that the retreat or more conversation amongst ourselves is how we can try to get our priorities. My priority is folk out in the cold at 27 degrees weather. Now, I don't want to get emotional about this or passionate, but I drive by it every night. And I would like to think that staff would do whatever they could do to expedite whatever we need to do with the Salvation Army. and stop playing politics with people's lives. So, yes, it usually does take a while, but maybe we could speed up the process. 30 people could be in a warm building. The other thing I would suggest, with the warming stations and reaching out to churches and individuals, maybe there needs to also be some training for people and organizations on how to work with homeless folk. Just putting them in a building might not do well. So we need to make sure that people who volunteer, who want to help out, know how to deal with homeless folk. So maybe some training also needs to be considered if people want to open up their churches. The Twins opened up their center last week. It can be done. We need to just support those folk that are trying to do the right thing and make sure they have the tools to do them. Now, all of this about conflict of interest, these folk they want to be warm. Let's fix it and move it on. If there's some things we got to change, let's change it. But let's get 38 people off the street.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, this is all given me a lot to think about here. And I didn't really, this is a CDO that came out fairly recently. And I need some help understanding this. Like, there's nowhere in the CDO that says 38 beds. There's nowhere in any of the documentation that we got. Well, but I've only heard that out loud. I haven't seen it. I've only heard it in comments here. It doesn't say that. And so is this expanding the capacity, or is it, are there people in there now? Is it expanding the capacity? And there are things that, like, is the budget, like, there's a question, and I had one of the other, people will ask, what was the problem with the funding before that we weren't able, that the Salvation Army wasn't able to keep it open? And I don't know those questions. And the Salvation Army, I know, is doing good things. They were over there at Kroger's, we gave them some money at Christmas and such. But I don't have the information here about the situation other than the list of the items that were going to be replaced and an upping of the hourly wages. Those are the specifics? Perhaps Commissioner Fisher can address
Just in
this.
terms of technical kind of work on the ground, Commissioner Myers, we may want to turn to professional staff who regularly engages. So I don't know if Manager Williams or Assistant Manager Jones has had direct engagement with the agency to kind of understand where sort of the current capacity is and then the prospective capacity.
Mayor, the captain from the Salvation Army is here. Is it okay if he speaks to
I'd be glad.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, sure.
If Captain from Salvation Army could just talk about where that existing capacity and then prospective capacity are, that'd be helpful.
And then, Mayor, once he's done, can I just go ahead and close the loop?
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Captain Sheldon Greenland from the Salvation Army, and we are the largest bed count in Athens. We have 74 beds for homeless folks. That is our regular capacity. Once it gets below 40 degrees, we activate warming shelter beds to add to that capacity as is needed. We are currently housing people right now as it will get below 40 degrees. We have already housed more than 50 people since the winter weather has come in already. This is not just something that we are talking about. This is something that we're actively doing already. And we want to make sure that we can continue to do so, as it costs money to run a shelter. It's at least $38,000 per month to run our shelter. And yes, people give money, but that money goes right back into the community to serve and to keep people fed. We feed people every single day. Those who are in our shelter get a breakfast. And then we do dinner that's open to anybody in the community. And people come and utilize the services. However, we always want to make sure that we want to keep people safe, that nobody is freezing when it gets cold. Therefore, we activate additional space for people to get out of the cold. They don't have to go through the full intake process. They just need to show up and they have an ID that we know who they are, because we do have children on site at times when the family units are full. So we want to make sure that we have those people, but we get people out of the cold. And even when we were pressed pause last year, when we had that deep cold, we activated beds for cold. We made a space and we had 24 people got out of the weather, even though the men's shelter side was closed because we had a massive roof leak. This is not something we're doing because this is just something to do. We are passionate about helping people. We have been doing so in this community since 1916, and we have no intention of going anywhere. We're the Salvation Army. We serve because we love to serve and we want to help people be the best version of themselves. And that's why we do what we do, and we're very passionate about doing it. I'm here, I'm not well, but I wanted to be here because it is absolutely necessary for us as the Salvation Army to be able to do what we do. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope you consider my comments.
Captain Greenland, thank you, and I appreciate this presentation. But just to clarify, in numeric terms, you have 74 beds.
Correct.
And if this proposal, the $550,000 expenditure was approved, you would exceed the 74-bed capacity. Is that correct?
We can go above the 74-bed capacity, correct. On the men's side, we can activate 10 cots. That's additional. So that would take us to 84. Then on the women's side, we can give an additional 10 as well. That takes us to 94 beds when it gets cold. Because remember, as I said, once it gets below 40 degrees, our warming beds activate. And we've been doing so since the season has started. And we're actually currently housing people for warming right now. Right now.
And so these funds would consistently keep
Yes, sir.
those additional 10 beds on the men's and the women's side
Absolutely.
open? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you. And Commissioner Fisher, just to close the loop on it.
Yeah, understanding, you want to say something? Understanding, some of my colleagues' concern, I worked on this with some other colleagues over the holidays, shared it with everyone, asked questions, asked my colleagues to talk with the staff, so we, try to get this right, Whatever we do is not always perfect, but I think it behooves us as a commission to make sure we take care of our community. So that's why I think we need to keep all 4 items, which is on the CDO, so we can go ahead and get this going, get this process in place, so we can help folks that are less fortunate than we are and really, try to provide for this community. So I think let's go ahead and close the loop. I'm just going to call for a vote. Whatever way the vote go on, so be it, and we're done.
I'll second to call the question.
So there's a motion to call the question, second to call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and so the first vote will be on the substitute motion, and the substitute motion is from Commissioner Houle with the second from Commissioner Link. So, Madam Clerk, I appreciate you doing the round robin.
Does that include the 4B and C, Commissioner Myers' amendment?
The motion on the floor, I believe, is the substitute motion to approve the agenda item as presented by staff with the addition of item number 3 from the CDO.
And so does that include?
The warming centers.
I believe Commissioner Myers' language applies to the full CDO, so if this motion doesn't pass, then that would be part of the original motion on the floor.
And so that language would not be necessary?
It would not be
staff
necessary in this
recommendation.
version, yeah.
Houle,
Yes.
Myers,
Oh, no.
Thornton?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I got confused because we skipped Commissioner Culpepper. I wasn't answering the right way.
This is a vote on the substitute motion.
Yes. So it's on Commissioner Hoole's,
Correct.
and that's a
Who
yes.
is the yes? Myers, yes?
Yes, yeah.
Thornton?
No.
Amby?
No.
Davenport?
No.
Blink?
Yes.
Taylor? No. Wright?
No.
Fisher?
No.
3 yes, 6 no.
All right, we return then to the original motion, which is from Commissioner Fisher with a second from Commissioner Wright, as amended with the language that Commissioner Myers introduced.
Fisher?
Yes.
Houle?
I hope everybody who's voting read their email today. I have to vote no. I really appreciate the work that was put into this, but I have to vote no.
Myers?
No.
Thornton?
Yes.
Amby?
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Blake,
No.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no.
All right, thank you. Motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to item 7, and I believe that we don't have bids from item 7, so I do need a motion to hold.
Second.
All right, got a motion to hold from Commissioner Fisher, second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item 8. 8 is the MRF proposed project concept.
So move.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Thornton on the MRF concept. All right, Commissioner Wright, any notes regarding this?
I'm going to start the Me Too movement that we approve what staff has said.
Nobody else said anything.
Commissioner Thornton, any follow-up? All right. Commissioner Houle?
Sorry, 2 quick questions. One was to the motioner. So that was a motion to approve, is that right? Okay. Sorry, I heard so moved, but the mayor didn't have a problem. My second question is, it's actually for the manager, and I really appreciate the staff report following up on the question around solar. Could you just clarify when, as this project moves forward, staff will have those discussions with the Renewable Energy Project User Group? I think as we spoke before, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be, after today, obviously, but before they come back with a proposed schematic design for us, is that right?
I appreciate the call this afternoon, and I did verify with staff. So as you know, in the SPLOST project delivery process, there's several check-ins with the commission. One is the concept, which is where we are, then schematic design, and then the final construction drawings aren't approved by the commission, but the third check-in is the bid and award to the contractor. And so I will tell you that staff is already aware of this. They've already discussed it with the designer, and I believe that the roof is going to be designed to be able to hold solar, if that's where we want to go. So the Renewable Energy User Group will meet, and at the appropriate time to really address this specifically would be in schematic design, which is the next iteration of refinement of the design as you move forward.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Is that Commissioner Houle?
Totally good.
All right, any further input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to item 9, and this is the Prince Avenue corridor improvements. I know Commissioner Wright, you want to make a motion to hold this so you could engage with the adjacent property.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. This project, it looks good. We got some details to cover and have a meeting, make sure it's thought out, and I'm going to get, if this passes, to hold to, I'd like to make a motion to hold the February 6th vote.
I'll second.
And then I plan to get with Blaine, Manager Williams, sorry, and follow through with the staff follow-up for it. So we'll be ready February 6th, because it's time.
Great. Motion to hold until the February voting meeting from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
Yeah, I just think it's crucial with these projects to assure that all adjacent property owners are fully engaged and know what's being proposed and, possibly can tweak it if need be. I did hear from one business owner in Bottle Works today who had some concerns for a tweak. So, yeah, this came right before Christmas. There wasn't time to really have a meeting and fully engage people. So I think it's a good idea that Commissioner Wright wants to have that one-on-one meeting and assure that everybody is on the same page.
Any further input? All in favor of the hold till February, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on to item 10. This is the calendar year 23 pavement maintenance program change order. Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
All right, item 10, motion for approval from Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Myers, anything of note?
No, ready to vote.
Commissioner Taylor?
Me too.
All right. Commissioner Houle?
Just real quick, I appreciate staff's follow-up report, which is great. I just, point colleagues to it if you haven't had a chance to read it when we talked about why the delay. I don't know what could be done, but I feel like our past winter was fairly mild compared to how they can be. So if that's one of the main reasons why there's a delay in completion, I don't know what we can build into our RFPs moving forward that try to hold them to being on time, given that winter's going to keep happening. But I'll support this tonight. Thanks.
If I could embed a good weather element into this, I'd be glad to. That'd be lovely. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 11 is the GDOT LMIG, or Local Maintenance Improvement Grant application submittal. This is something we do every year so that we can draw down funds from the state. Is there an ordinance regarding this, Attorney Drake?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Department of Transportation Local Maintenance Improvement Grant, LMIG, for a variety of roadway improvements and for other purposes.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Myers, a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Myers, anything to?
I'm good. Just
Remark?
thank staff for all the work they do putting together these grants.
Me too.
All right, people can pick up the phone and send an email. Good news. All right, any further input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, 12 is the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program Contract Bid Award. Entertain a motion regarding this.
I so moved.
All right, I've got a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Thornton. I think I had a second from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Thornton?
This is long overdue.
right,
My
you get-
folk are going to be excited.
Project's awaiting.
Yes.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, and I just follow up, I agree. Thanks, staff here. I also noted this time when I was reading through it today that staff is also, this is a neighborhood, more residential traffic management program, and that staff is continuing to work on a future safe system approach for speed management for collectors and arterial roadways. And also, I just want to add on that this policy that we're bidding for tonight, the follow-through on the policy, we're right in the midst of revising this right now in the Legislative Review Commission. There's a new policy that most likely will be voting on this Thursday. And it'll make the process more data-driven, less cumbersome for neighbors and staff, so keep your eyes out for that in the future agenda.
All right, any further input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, moving on to item 13. This is a judiciary request for ARPA funds for calendar years 24 and 25. There's a budget ordinance regarding this, so I'll have Attorney Drake read that.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2023 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Administrative Office of the Courts, AOC, for the purpose of addressing the court's backlog due to the pandemic and for other purposes.
All right, motion to approve?
So move.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner Fisher. All right, Commissioner Link, anything to note regarding this?
No. I don't think
Commissioner
so.
Fisher?
No, sir.
Any further? Commissioner Hoop?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up since we had a little bit of discussion about this in the agenda setting. And a lot of this is covered in the staff report, but Manager Williams, could you clarify, this ARPA request includes some things that we also had in our budget that we approved this past year. So if this ARPA grant comes through, where does that money end up? Does it end up back in ACC Gov's hands to decide what to do with it, or does it remain allocated to the courts to do what they want with it?
Well, accepting the award from the state would appear to be a function of this body. However, I think the Chief Superior Court Judge, as evidenced by the memo that the attachment recommends what those things are spent on, or what that funds are spent on. I've not had that conversation with them. I would hope that they would expend the ARPA funds first before expending any general fund dollars. I think that would be I believe that to be the case because obviously there's a time fuse on the ARPA funds, but I'd have to verify that with Judge Norris.
Okay. So what we received in the staff report is we have every reason to believe that would happen, but that's not definitively part of this approval, so it could theoretically change if they wanted to.
Procedurally, if they wanted to go a different route, I would think Judge Norris would come back here to this
Okay.
body.
Thanks.
Any further input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, 14 is a return to a previously discussed item, the revisions to Chapter 5.5, our stormwater utility ordinance. So I'll have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia with respect to stormwater utility and for other purposes.
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, myself a note, and a second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Myers, anything you want to highlight here?
No, we had that wonderful work session presentation. I think now that might have been back in October. Was that October? And so I don't want to go too long. We've already delayed this, and I'd like to follow through on this. The stormwater management is important, and we have not had any change in our funds, the fee structure since 2005. So I am ready to agree on this and thank the stormwater crew also for the additions that they have suggested to help deal with some other neighborhood issues like the rock program that they're going to make available with this funding, as well as some maintenance of detention basins that aren't in homeowners associations. So I appreciate their efforts to try to help our neighborhoods as much as we can without bankrupting us.
Commissioner Davenport, you were seconder. Any follow-up?
20 years overdue. We got some failing infrastructure that needs some funding, and I think our user group worked really hard with staff who worked diligently for years on this. So ready to see this to move forward.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
I think I'm going to make a substitute motion to table, but I need to ask the manager a question. Stormwater was my baptismal when I came on the commission, because in my area, there are areas that do not actually have stormwater drainage. We went out there, you helped me, so what has been done in those areas that don't have stormwater?
Well, the way that the current fee, so this is all about level of service is what's being proposed now. And I've been in the yards of many residents with most all of y'all about wanting more service in terms of, can you help us with this situation? And up to this point, the current level of service really only governs, things that are not on private property. And I know folks that say, well, I don't have any stormwater facilities in front of my house, so why should I have to pay? But it's not just about your house, it's how you get to the store or your job. How water is conveyed across this county back to the rivers is how these funds are used. I think where the question came, and it has been since, I appreciate you pointing that out, since '06, or Commissioner Myers, that since there's been any revisit of this, and there was a Stormwater Citizens Committee that's been working on this, and what was decided and is being proposed is that there are just some add-ons, a rock program. We hear that a lot where folks, we had an old policy where for single family residences, if there was a drainage issue of mutual concern, that we tried to partner. And we found a good model in Gwinnett County where we would actually deliver material to the right-of-way, and then the person can use those to avoid any gratuity issues. Also, all of the funds that are currently in the fee are really for maintenance only and not capital. And so we had built up, we had thankfully some funds when a lot of these corrugated metal pipes began hitting their life cycle and failing. And over the last, 3 or 4 years, we've spent several $1 million. And thankfully we had some funds in the kitty, but they weren't officially, charged for that. And so this adds a little bit extra for capital maintenance as well. So I say all that to say that it's not just about what happens in front of your yard, but it's about across the community having a safe, being able to transit the community safely.
Well, I do understand that this is a federal regulations that's unfunded, that we got to have stormwater even though it's not funded federally, right? And I do understand about, especially when we had that big crash over there in that Olympic Drive area, that was definitely
Failure.
needed. But I still don't think you are telling me how my residents are going to get these rocks or whatever else to stop their flooding. You're not telling me how Donna is going to be able to stop her flooding. You're not telling. That's what I'm concerned about here.
Well, we've got over 44,000 parcels in Athens-Clarke County. The policy would be such that if somebody had, and I'd have to go back and read it to you, but it's just one of several increases in levels of service. And invariably, whether it's in your district or somebody else's district, the request that we hear time and again is, "Can't you help me?" You know, and
that's what I
and it
wanted.
doesn't just occur in your district, but it occurs.
No,
across all of
and
them.
I don't even think some of the other commissioners know that they might know, I don't know. But right now I'm talking about my district. And so my point is, with this new ordinance, if Miss Donna or Miss Deborah comes and says, we've walked, you and I have walked that area, so you know what I'm talking, how do they access this level of service?
Well, there's different levels of service improvements, enhancements, if you will, that are being proposed. If you're talking about the ROC program,
I'm talking about any program. I need to be able.
I can't answer that question for. It's dependent on the situation that a particular person's having.
And so who do they contact when they have in that situation?
Transportation and Public Works.
Okay.
Public Works is in charge of our stormwater program and utility.
I will definitely be voting no, but I do want my residents to have access to those services.
Mayor, I just have a
Commissioner
comment,
Hamby.
and I guess I'm, and this may be where Commissioner Thornton may have been going. I guess, and I've been one of those that you've been out to their yards several in my district, and it's always a bit frustrating when we get there and then a few weeks later they get an email saying there's not much we can do to help. I'm having trouble. I mean, I don't mind asking people to pay more, but when we do that, I think I need to be able to explain to them what that money is going for and how that's going to be helping them. I mean, certainly the rock program is great. I've had a few instances where stream bank erosion has been occurring and it needed some rocks to help with it. But I've also been in situations where water's coming from the street that we're responsible for, jumping the curb and going into people's basements. And I feel like we're responsible for that. Sometimes, though, there isn't a good answer for or a good way to help. And I understand why. I mean, I'm not saying that, but I just want to be able to explain a level of service, and what I'm asking for, I guess, is a greater level of service that people can, that maybe there's another option that's out there that we could look at. So I'm just at this point in time, just having trouble explaining what we're getting for the dollars.
And as I hear you, Commissioner Hamby, it's almost like what would be ideal is a resident's guide to stormwater management so that they would understand, here's the portal in.
Well,
and
I
then
know
here's the
there's an
set
education
of-
component to it, to the fee increase. I will say this too, the other component of what we're voting on tonight does increase the fee 3.75% over the next 5 years for everybody. So it's not just this one time, it's over the next 5 years, which I get that too. I mean, costs go up. But again, I want to be able to explain beyond the ROC program, how are we gonna help you? And I understand the live stream replacement and the road stuff. We did put some money in the general fund that staff asked for to help address that for this year, certainly. So I hope you see the predicament I'm in when I have constituents calling wanting help, and there's not much I can do, but they're still paying for this.
Manager Williams.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the points. And so let me just, if I could very briefly kind of reiterate what these changes involve. And I do want to say that much like when the stormwater utility was first created, there was a stormwater advisory committee the commission appointed, and they spent some time deliberating over those things. And just a lot of folks may not realize this. But as Commissioner Thornton pointed out, managing this stormwater system is something that we're required to report back to the federal government. Now, how much we fund it or not is up to us. But we do have failures that do affect routes as you try and navigate the county. So we had folks, in fact, one of the folks on here was a resident who called me out to her house to complain about where the water was coming off the street, and I went out to her house several times, and finally, we weren't able to resolve it to her. As a matter of fact, it was in Commissioner Davenport's district, and we asked her to be a part of this group. So we had folks on there that really looked at this, and I think they did some good work. And so option one, they went through several options. The current level of service is where we are. And then to add a limited driveway cleaning, a rock program, as we talked about, additional street sweeping is option two. And then option three was including some funds for capital maintenance, which I talked about. And then afterwards, the committee went back and said that they wanted to include limited maintenance on detention basins that serve multiple residential lots, but there's no HOA in place. And I know that's a lot of technical detail. And I know, Commissioner Hamby, from the range of complaints that we've heard from residents, this isn't going to get to where they want to get to.
Right.
But there's a cost to it. And I did want to say, going back to '06, we had to pay for it one way or another. Okay, and so before it was a fee, it came out of tax dollars. And University of Georgia, nonprofits, those are non-taxable entities. They weren't participating in it. That's the whole reason we went to a fee, because you as a state entity, you cannot, or nonprofits or churches, while you don't have to pay taxes, you do have to pay fees. And at the time, the commission actually lowered the millage rate for that amount that they took out to put into the fee. And I don't know if a lot of folks understand that. And so we're hearing this rain tax, double taxation. We can put it back into the general fund budget if you want to do that. But if you do that, the people that do pay taxes will pay more than through the fee. So really, y'all, this is not a question of imposing a new tax on people. It's just, what levels of service would you like to see? And after deliberation, this is what the recommendation is. And of course, that's subject to wherever y'all want to go.
Sure. Yeah, just a few follow-ups. I wasn't suggesting it's a new tax. I understand.
Sure.
I understand completely why it's needed. And I understand it's the fair way of doing it, and does benefit equity across the board as far as nonprofits helping to pay for it as well. I guess my concern is this. I mean, it just goes back to situations to where there was one situation over in Kingswood that we helped a little bit with some new curbing, but when you get with the stream water coming in, but once you get past that zone of influence that we're responsible for, then the homeowner's responsible for it. And my point is this, if we're shoving the water into that stream that the homeowner's next to, then you see where I'm going. I think we're responsible for that erosion that's occurring beyond the zone of influence. And then when you get in some of these older neighborhoods where you see the what type of curbing is that, where it's like not...
That rollover curbing.
Yeah, that rollover curbing, that doesn't really do well for stormwater management issues. And that's where a lot of the older neighborhoods that I represent are having some issues with that curbing that doesn't funnel the stormwater into the stream where it wants us to help with the erosion. So I hope it's all, I hope you see where I'm going on this. I'm not arguing. I know the situation calls for extra dollars, but I want to be able to explain what those extra dollars are going for. And I certainly wouldn't mind, certainly applying it to this year, but then I don't know that we can bind future commissions to the fees. So it'd probably be a discussion that comes up each year as far as whether or not you go up on that. So I just want to make sure we're clear on. I hope that's the way I'm reading it.
You're exactly right, Commissioner Hamby. So I think the thought was, much like the service delivery plan for public utilities that we do once every 5 years, it sort of projects out like what the need is financially. Right. But it's only in any given budget year that you would approve any type of increase in fees. So it just sort of projects out the 3%.
But I don't want us to get to a point 2 years from now, whoever is on this commission at that point in time, and somebody say, well, the commission voted to put this in there at this, because I've heard that before too.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure, I'm fine with what we're asking for today's purposes, and I hope I can find a way to explain the benefits that people are getting for it.
Well, I could certainly hear that we need to prepare at least a one-pager for y'all that shows what is available should you pass this and how you access that so that you can explain that to your residents.
Right, okay.
And I do want to say this too, Commissioner Hamby. I did not mean to infer that you were questioning how it came about. I did go a little bit further because I've heard those complaints from other residents. I was trying to be holistic in my response.
And I hope you understand too. It's we want to help people and we want to, give them value for what they're paying into. And it's one of the most frustrating things I've had to deal with is stormwater. And I feel like I've become an expert I've become like a bird watcher with stormwater. Every time it rains, I'm just like, oh no, I hope there's not an issue here today. So, but, all right, thank you.
If you don't have enough to doom scroll about, we have a 40,000 parcels. Is that what we heard? So visit many of them. Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having trouble remembering. Is the motion on the floor still the one to approve, or is there a different?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I hope we'll move forward on this. We had an advisory committee that worked with staff for a long time to get us to this point and recommend this level of service. I do think the strongest arguments for why we need this are the fee hasn't changed, it's been a flat number for 20 years, but the costs for everything else have. I think a lot of the concerns that residents have around us not necessarily keeping up will be addressed by us being able to fund it more. And importantly, in addition to the nonprofits that are mentioned, the University of Georgia, who owns a lot of property, also contributes to this. And everyone knows that that's a big hit on our tax rolls. So it's a way for us to fund this with more of everyone in the community paying for it, especially the people who have the most impervious surface built out around our community. And it's still, it's worth noting, and I look forward to whatever staff might bring in the future if we're doing a bond or something, but it's worth noting that that very large amount of money we allocated in the budget, this last budget, still leaves us millions of dollars behind on the already failing pipes that this won't fund. This will enable us to sustainably fund everything we've got moving forward, assuming we stick with the percentage adjustments. But even after doing this, we're still going to have that big backlog to address to avoid having more sinkholes under our roads and stuff. So I do really hope that we'll move forward with this today and build from this to whatever else we might want to expand to.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, before we move to vote on this, I just had this brilliant idea I wanted to bring you all for the next time around here. After looking at my own stormwater, I was a little bit surprised to see that I am in the highest category. I only say that because I've seen many houses that are much bigger and longer driveways and such, and I thought to myself, not that I'm complaining about mine, but perhaps we now have 3 tiers, and I'm just wondering for the next time around if staff might consider having another tier and might make it more equitable for people who have very expansive areas. It stops at 4,000, which I'm not sure how I get to, but anyway, I just wanted to know if, has that been discussed at all or considered, like adding another tier to it?
I'm not sure if it's been discussed. I haven't been a part of that discussion.
Okay, well, for next year, so I don't forget. I know you'll remember.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just want to put a bug in staff's ear that, a lot of these stormwater issues that we see in our, dense in-town neighborhoods have more to do with stormwater coming off of private property, off of rooftops directly onto adjacent property. And so I hope that as we approach our land use planning changes, that we consider possibly some changes to our building guidelines that, kind of mandate guidance of this stormwater to be handled on private property or appropriately guided into stormwater facilities, because that's where I'm seeing the issues in our dense in-town neighborhoods, especially as we densify. If we're going to seek to densify these in-town neighborhoods even more, we have to understand that means more impermeable surface, and all the rain that hits that impermeable surface has got to go somewhere.
Follow-up.
I thought, Pat, did you? Okay. Well, North Avenue is a very short piece, and I guess I found that out with the grant. Danielsville Road and 106 is where I'm having problems at with stormwater. And I guess because it's more rural, but folks' houses are actually flooding. Again, I do thank Manager Williams for trying to help me, but maybe I do need that one pager. I don't know. But we had meetings in my district when I first came on the commission. And even though the committee worked diligently on this, you know, I guess it's interesting if they've looked at those rural areas. That's a whole different thing than in town, Commissioner Link. Whole different situation. So again, I'm not going to vote for it because I don't think that the areas that have been neglected in the past has been considered at all on this proposal. But hopefully a one-pager will help me and help this government. I don't know why we act like North Avenue doesn't, North Athens don't exist, but hopefully this will be helpful. But they do not have stormwater drainage, and they couldn't care less about in town, driving through there and the street caving in. So, but I'm gonna keep talking about North Athens because we have ignored it for too long.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be brief. I know we're taking up, but I'm just going to put another bug in your ear and a suggestion. Well, that you know, certainly as we go and visit with folks about stormwater, I've heard this especially along state roads like Millage Avenue, that we're not responsible for cleaning out the storm grate that gets clogged up. I know we do at times, but I would like to, I mean, if the state's not going to do it, then we need to jump in and get it done because it's affecting our constituents and that standpoint. Also in a situation along Millage and Cloverhurst that you're very well aware of, and hopefully I know that we're waiting to hear back from the state on it, and if they're not able to fix it, I'm hoping that something could be done because it's impacting people that are trying to walk the sidewalk and travel their sidewalk. So I understand the stormwater, the impact it has on people in this community. And if we're increasing the level of service price, then let's also find ways like that, simple ways of clearing out the storm grates on Millage Avenue. Or I say it's simple, but if you need, I can help. But you see where I'm going, Mayor, I think. It's one of these issues that needs to be solved because it's impacting people's property and homes, and also, like the manager said, people trying to get to and from work. So, okay, I think I've I put the bugs in your ear about those two items. So, three. Oh, there was one more actually, and another opportunity that comes up, and this came up along the Brooklyn Creek sewer interceptor improvements. You know, we've got public utilities out there doing some work. And it's a good opportunity for us to do some storm bank maintenance as they're going through there. And I know you met with me on, I forget which, Meadowview or Fortson, about a street that I think is Meadowview, having some issues with the storm bank erosion. And they put some rock down across the way, but then not. So I guess I'm saying that, you know, if there's opportunities like that public utility sees as we're contracting this type of work out, let's also look broader at, as they're doing the work, what else could they help us with as they're putting that stormwater or that sewer line in there. And that's just one example, but as others come up.
Particularly that state engagement is one I take to heart as well. One of the things that I tend to do is visit GDOT about once a year, and so particularly as we look at ways that we can ensure that we're getting optimal service, that's one I'm glad to carry. You know, much like the conversations that we've had recently about the milling needs, where essentially curbs disappear sometimes along state rights of way, and we've got this spider web of state highways that converge right here in the middle of the community, and so a lot of people are neighbors to state highways. All right, I believe we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Motion is from Commissioner Myers, second is from Commissioner Davenport. So we'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Culpepper,
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to item 15, which is the Memorial Park Pool Maintenance Contract Award.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks regarding this one?
No, I appreciate the work the SPOS group and staff have put into it. And, it's just the pool maintenance, not the whole thing, but okay, we're good to go.
Commissioner Taylor?
Still appreciate the work.
Me too.
All right, any other remarks? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 16.
Mr. Mayor, it's 8 o'clock.
Would,
Is this time for
would
our
folks like a
recess?
break?
Usually 8:15, but.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it is 8:15.
If folks are ready for a break, we'll go ahead and do 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes it is. Welcome back, everyone, to the monthly business meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. It remains Tuesday, June 2nd, 2024, and we are continuing with our agenda tonight with item 16, which is the RFP responses for the Unified Pay Classification Compression Study. I'd entertain a motion from the body.
Motion to approve.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, and I have a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Davenport, anything you'd like to say about this one?
Really excited about this. We have some hardworking people here in Athens that need their pay to be reevaluated. The Seagull Company has previously done some work for Athens-Clarke County, so they should have boots on the ground already ready to roll. Looking forward to getting this approved.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Me too. I'm after tonight. How would it go?
All right. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of following up on the conversation we had in the agenda setting. Manager Williams, has anyone on staff communicated with, I don't know how to pronounce it, Seagull, the recipient here, regarding incorporating some kind of a living wage floor into the pay table moving forward and pegging that to something like the MIT living wage calculator?
So it is possible, and of course, we went through an RFP process where that, if the way that I'm imagining, Commissioner Hull, it would, I called it an indexed model, where if I understand, there would be this spreadsheet that had all the positions in it, and at any given year, when the new numbers come out from the living wage index, that we would input into this cell, and it would ripple through it, and then we would know what to pay everybody. Is that essentially what? So just so I know,
that
we're
sounds
talking
especially efficient and magical. I guess the simpler concept I imagine is when we're looking at market rate, we're also looking at cost of living in the community as like the two things to make sure we are at or above in terms of pay table. But
Okay.
that magic spreadsheet would be extra amazing.
Well, so the magic spreadsheet is not in the scope, but it could be. I mean, we could go to them and ask them, if we were to do this, how much would it cost? And we could bring that back to you.
So, yeah, I guess I thought that's where we had left it at the agenda setting. But if we do want to leave it there, is it better for us to hold this for a month so you can have that conversation before we vote on it? Or to vote on this and then add to it a stipulation that you go back and let us know what that would be?
Well, let me answer that question. So we're in the middle of a procurement process, and we have an apparent most responsive bidder, if you will. Negotiating extra scope with them, I don't know about that. I will say, though, that trying to address some of the compression from the last time we did it is part of the scope.
So, yeah, it's clear that this is designed to, among other things, address the compression from the action already taken. But it doesn't tackle the issue of making sure that we don't end up in a situation in the future where we're either way below the cost of living or needing to do the same kind of thing, right? And so, yeah, finding a way to index our pay table simultaneously to both the market rate, which is standard in these things, and a cost of living as defined by whatever tool we want to use. My favorite, of course, being the MIT living wage calculator, and then going with whichever is the higher, I guess, right? But
well, maybe I could offer this as a.
And sorry, one more thing, if I may. I do see that there's 7 respondents to this RFP. So if you went to the one that we're thinking is the most responsive bidder, and for some reason they don't think they can build it into their scope, maybe it's worth trying to reach out to all of them and asking the same question, and then deciding whether that changes who we go with. I mean, we're about to spend $350,000, y'all. We talked a lot about amounts we're spending on things. We're about to spend $350,000 on a study that's going to give us that very complicated, comprehensive approach to wages for the next, 5 years is the idea, right? So I would hope that we would know before we have them doing this work that they're going to make this part of their work, so that we know for the next 5 years, people who work for this government can also afford to live in this community.
Well, so what we have is a job classification system, and every job is ranked in a point factor system, for internal and external equity. When a consultant does a pay study like this, it's sort of a point in time, and then for the next 5 years, staff tries to cultivate it Sometimes there are things that the commission wants to look at, and we'll have an in-depth look. Other times, we have reclassifications and reallocations that are sort of a pruning, if you will, of it. I know that the consultant, and I was going to offer that perhaps we'll have a work session. I know one of the questions the consultant's going to want to know from you when they enter into a pay study is, do you want the end result to be above market, below market, or at market? The last time we did it, we said at market because we had no idea how much we were off. So I think at the same time, you can speak into that same question with, and we want as a baseline that our lowest folks are at the minimum wage, and then it goes up from there, and then they can come back with what that looks like. But the following year, for them to update it, you've got 400 positions, and certain things change over time. So the magic spreadsheet, I'd have to ask them about that.
Well, I guess the market changes over time too, though, right? So it's just adding another factor into what they're building into their model. I guess here's what I fear. We move forward with this bidder. They come to that work session. Some, most, all of us perhaps say, we'd like to see that built in. And they say, well, that wasn't part of the scope of the contract that we bid on. And so
I'm not telling you that now.
We can't do that.
It's not part of the scope now.
He is telling us that.
I understand that. And that he told us that when we talked about the agenda setting, and we had the same conversation. And we haven't had any other conversation about this since before this was all drafted up. But every other time we've talked about pay classification and wages in this government for as long as I've been on this body, which isn't that long, but it's over 3 years, which has come up at least a dozen times, including every budget cycle. We've talked about this same thing. And every time before the agenda setting, what we got from staff was that we would have to do a comprehensive pay study, and that would be the time to build this in. Now, for whatever reason, probably because it's very atypical, staff did not build that in to this RFP. So we can either go back to the 7 responsive bidders and see if any of them are capable of doing it, or kick the can for another 5 years. I'd rather give staff a month to see if they can get anybody to agree to it in advance than leave it up to ambiguity for another 5 years.
Just, as I sort of
So I guess I'll make a motion to hold for a month.
I'll second that.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Houle, a second from Commissioner Link, and I would note, since I opined on this kind of in the agenda setting session, as I look at what's on pages 17 and 18 of the deliverables document, there's a heading updated pay table. And a task that's a proposed deliverable is living wage reconciliation. Now, those 3 words are not defined, but I would hope that we could engage this consultant to identify that for us what living wage reconciliation means is that there is some natural way on an annual cycle to continue to see kind of pay raises kind of on the floor. Now, obviously, that involves some staff engagement with this vendor, whether before or after passage of this. I mean, I think staff's heard loud and clear what there is some interest in this body and from this body in seeing. I could not imagine that that's an atypical request generally, given that these kind of questions come up in both public and private sector bodies all the time. But Commissioner Hamby, you had some
Sure, I
input
was
as
just
well.
going to say, I recall all these budget discussions, and it's similar to the other discussions we have where we put this money into the budget and want to get it moving. So I guess, and I look at when we talk about pay for the folks that do good work for us here in this community, I know we're always talking about, and we have been the past several years, what can we do to get above market? What can we do to make sure we retain employees and that we do set the example for the rest of the community as far as how we're paying people? Because it is a matter of making sure wages go up as well to meet some of the inflation costs that people are facing, and certainly we want to do that for our employees. I would suggest that we get this comprehensive study going tonight with this vendor that has been chosen. And then, certainly if an add-on needs to occur at some point after we have the work session of giving our thoughts to the vendor who's chosen, if an add-on needs to occur, then we move forward at that point. But let's get this study going. I mean, it's not unusual for once we choose a vendor that an add-on happens. or some sort of, what were we going to do with the contract change order, is, I guess, the phrase that's used from that standpoint. So has a motion been made?
Yeah, there's a substitute motion from Commissioner Houle and a second from Commissioner Link to hold.
Okay.
So Commissioner Link, I didn't give you an opportunity to speak to that hold.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure there's certainty that that magic spreadsheet is part of the scope, because, yeah, this whole conversation was initiated by a desire to assure that our employees' wages keep up with the living wage calculator. And quite frankly, you know, the cost of living has risen pretty exponentially just in the past 4 or so years since we instigated this conversation. And I feel like it's crucial that, you know, we don't end up having that conversation over and over again every time inflation goes up. So having that magic spreadsheet as part of the scope could really put off having to do a whole nother study and spend a whole nother $350,000 6 years down the line.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I wanted to also just get clarification, because it's my understanding this is the follow-up to our public safety. Same thing, and we're trying to do the same thing. We split it, right, Manager Williams? And so I think changing I'm not sure if it's a contract change order or scope creep with it. I thought that our whole point of doing one and then the other was to make sure we were doing a similar study and then the classifications, and then we have to deal with the math that this presents to us. And then I thought that the agenda item did show in here the added in updated pay table to include mitigation of wage floor impact. I think that touches on it, but Commissioner Houle, you did bring that up at the last agenda setting, but I'm not sure how many people have reached out to you to get, which is why you have a substitute motion on the floor. But I thought that this was a package, and I didn't want to take it and make it separate from what was done for the public safety. So I support, I'll make a substitute motion to go with the item.
That was the original motion, so there already is a motion for that. And the substitute motion kind of lays on top of that. And so in process, the motion was from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Taylor.
I've got to update my notes, sorry.
Gotcha. Commissioner Davenport, back to you.
Yeah, so, when I read this, maybe it's the legal leads, but I thought that on page 17, it does address, you know, just in the vagueness of it, of the living wage, like item E, living wage reconciliation, you know. So, but let's not lose the big side of this. You know, I'm all for the living wage table. Let's do that. But there are people who are making $22, $23 an hour who are living in poverty in Athens. I mean, rent and mortgages, kids, disabilities. There are people who've been working here for 10 years and they're only breaking $21 an hour. So let's not lose sight of all these people who've been working with this county, who's been doing hard work, who are leaving to go to Gwinnett, going to other places because they're getting better benefits and they're getting better pay. So I look forward to approving this.
Manager Williams, you had an observation?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Davenport's right, but in the scope now is the reconciliation of what was done a couple of years ago, which summarily raised the floor, the wage floor, and what wasn't staff wasn't able to compute was rippling it all the way through all 400 job descriptions. So it was only really kind of spread across employees making $15 to $20 an hour. So there was additional compression there. And so the scope now is to fix that for the entire workforce, the non-public safety. And I would say, Commissioner Houle, that there's no resistance from staff to make that part of the ongoing consideration. It's just going to cost more money, and we don't know how much that's going to cost. And like I said, what I want to offer is we bring that right now, if we start negotiating with one of the vendors in the middle of a procurement process, we need to do it with all, and maybe retake bids. What I would suggest is maybe, I've heard a lot tonight about consultants and cost, These folks have a scope that meets our needs that is the cheapest cost. So you could go back to the other 7 and ask for some consideration. If you approve this, then we'll bring the consultants in a work session. We'll have them lay out the whole process. We'll have them hear from you what you would like to see within the scope, and if it's possible to take into account living wage year after year and some type of model they can build. And if they can come up with a change order and a scope of work and a price that you're agreeable to, then we can move forward with that.
Commissioner Thornton.
One of the problems that I see is Commissioner Hull brought this up a long time ago. And like him, I was expecting it to be in the current RFP. It seemed like we just kind of brushed over it. But saying that, I will be supporting this because it's almost a similar situation with the leisure services situation. The scope is out there. We've had a bidder, and I think we should move forward. Going back to the process, people need to be paid a livable wage, a livable wage as soon as possible, if possible. But I do empathize or understand where Commissioner Hull is coming from, because this is not a new request. It should have been in the original RFP, and but I'm willing to agree to Manager Williams' recommendation and move forward on this. But it's so similar then to item number 5. It's so similar. So I'm going to support this tonight, but it is on my front burner, and we need to get these wages intact now and move forward.
Commissioner Hull.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of folks here agree that we need to make living wage floor part of our conversation. So if that is at the forefront for us, this is the chance for us to build that into whatever work is done. Now, I'm not sure why it wasn't built into the initial RFP. We didn't get given the language for the initial RFP to approve before it went out. It just went out as part of staff doing the bidding of what was in the budget. But this was talked about every budget time. That's why we just forced it up, because it wasn't happening without this study. The RFP went out with everyone having the opportunity to bid for up to $350,000. So this is a bidder that, for whatever reason, won the award. They get up to $350,000. Well, I don't know what Baker, Tilly, Bolton, McGrath, Mercer, MGT, or One Digital would have to say about this being built in. Maybe we should go back to all 7 of them and ask this question. It's not clear to me why staff can't take whatever time they need, if it's 2 months, okay, to ask that question and then come back to us with that built into this contract. And if what they get back from every vendor is that, well, we could do it, but it would cost $400,000 instead of $350,000, well, then we know that. But I don't know why we can't do that.
I think the problem, I can speak to that. The problem, as the manager said, is that once you've had this RFP and they know what this bidder has bid, the process is no longer fair. So you might just need to, well, if we want to do that, I would recommend we start the RFP process all over to avoid that. Because that's, you follow what I'm saying? Because that's what you do. I mean, the other people would know what this bidder bid, and then it's not, so that's how you.
Well, to be honest, if that's what it would take, I hate that the advice is that we have to drag it out that much. But I really, really don't understand why this wasn't part of the RFP language in the first place. I'm not going to try to litigate that here, but this has been part of our conversation day in, week out, every year, every budget cycle, every time HR's come to the podium, I've asked about this every single time. And others on the commission have generally expressed agreement, have nodded along, have asked the same questions, have said they agree when I've polled the people here. Maybe that's not all of us, but it's certainly been anyone who's spoken up in the meetings for the past 3 years I've been here. And it's certainly been reflected in what we've done as a body in our budgets. I'd also like to point out, because we're talking a lot about market here, market and wage floor are different. We can be at or above market, but the market for some positions is below a living wage. That's why we're paying it, you know? And right now, to be clear, we are paying below a living wage again because we didn't raise the living wage in the most recent budget, which I was hoping we would. And so we're now back below because the cost of living, as we all know, keeps going up, but our wages didn't this year for the lowest paid. Why? Because of the compression that we're not addressing. So we're asking them to, on page 3 and 22, mitigate the wage floor impact from the past fiscal years. And then we're asking on page 23 to reconcile. I think Mayor Gertz provided a good opportunity to maybe just clarify if they intended to include this as part of how they would approach that reconciliation. And perhaps if not, then we do have to send it back out for bid. But reconciling past action is different than setting us up for success in the future. And I do not understand why we would not, in this moment when we're going to spend $350,000, why we wouldn't make sure that we were incorporating this thing that we've talked about every year into the contract.
Say something.
Manager Williams.
Well, I want to address this issue that staff has ignored a clear mandate. Because I've not heard that clear mandate. I've heard that this is an important concept. I still don't understand exactly what we're asking the consultant to do. But Commissioner Hull's right. If there's a clear mandate here to be heard, say it tonight. Make it part of your motion, and then we will make it so. But I need some more information. We've talked about it ad nauseum. You're absolutely right. But what you're asking for, is it the magic spreadsheet? Is it some type of analysis tool that every year it ripples all the way through? Because that is a sophisticated model. And when we get the folks in front of you, they might say, yeah, we can do that, no problem. Or they might say that's $500,000. I don't know.
Well, the last vendor we had said that that was atypical, right? But plenty of people out there are doing this work. MIT's got people putting out the calculator, you know? All I'm asking for is for whatever model they put forward to include one additional factor, just like we talked about in our presentation from HR about this last year in the work session, where they had the 4 factors that we'd build in. And in that presentation, I said, can we add a 5th factor, which is the cost of living in this community, and tie it to something like the MIT Living Wage Calculator. Again, not being married to that particular tool, just personally seeing that as an example. So I don't see why that's not specific enough. I can be more specific. My motion to hold for a month is to direct staff to either come back with clarity on this proposal or come back with a new RFP that factors in that 5th factor of a living wage floor.
Commissioner Culpepper.
Yeah, so this is a 12-month process, or is it longer than that?
Manager Williams.
It's longer than that.
So we're doing this for fiscal year 2025 pay rates?
5 years.
26, yes, sir.
So are we going to run in trouble not making the window to have everything back to be able to vote on the budget for that year if we're waiting 30 days, or even if we have to rebid it?
With the current timeline.
With the current timeline, we're fine. If you push it out 30 days, though, are you running into trouble?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, maybe we could make that up. It's possible, but I'm not sure without talking to the consultant. I mean, it's such a long time, you would think you could make it up in 30 days.
Mr. Myers.
Yeah, looking at this, hearing everyone, there's 2 specifics that, are sticking out here for me, and that is one of the tasks being this living wage reconciliation, which is vague. And I think that in a month's time, we can get an answer to know exactly what they mean by that. Is that reconciliation for 1 year or continued on? And
I can do that now.
Right this second?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying it's 1 year. It's just this one for 1 year.
It's 1 year, because it's a big exercise, y'all, to
Okay.
ripple that all the way through 400
Okay.
job descriptions. And that's why I'm with Commissioner Hull, to have something that's just dynamic each year without performing that analysis. I'm not sure how you do that, but the consultant might.
Yeah, because it actually seems to me, that there would be some formula to put into some sheets and that would work and tie back to that. I would imagine that those consultants might have that. Or then, and then the follow-up question would be two, to follow up if this is something that they can actually just do, if that is a possibility to do. I also see the other thing in here being that in month 4 to 5 of this process, they're having a facilitated session with the mayor and commission for adoption of pay philosophy at or above lagging market. But, that's pay philosophy in there seems to be exactly what we're talking about, and that they would then use that to work with what the product that they're going to come through in the end. So I would say even just following up and saying, I'd like to know that they have a possibility. They don't have to give us a number, that they can actually do something like this moving forward. Or do we pick the wrong group for that?
Well, and maybe it's just an understanding of how the process works. You can absolutely say, we want you to consider market, and we want to consider wage floor. And they can build you a point-in-time classification system. But once you start moving people around in that in the ensuing year, through reallocations, through reclassifications, staff will be kind of modifying that whole structure. And so you absolutely could bring them on the next year to perform just that thing again, but building a model that can adapt to that. I mean, I would just say, let's get them in here and let them hear from you what your priorities are, and let them build that into this particular pay study. We're not disagreeing on that. It's just whether or not it will be dynamic enough next year to be able to toggle one variable and have, the integrity of the system. I just don't know that.
Well, and we'd also would have that discussion about whether or not that actually is something that is a mandate and that we do all agree on or not. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you could say it tonight. You could all say,
Well, I
we
mean,
want that
I
in
do
there.
say- I do want that.
Okay.
If it makes it clear what I'm getting at in my motion is whatever this proposal is doing for market rate, it also do for cost of living. That's what I'm getting at. So if it's the snapshot for now,
That's all it is.
then it would give a snapshot of what the cost of living is right now, which would
Right.
mean that in addition to looking at market, we would also see those wages for the people that were quote unquote artificially raised to 1560 go up, because their snapshot right now would be 1629 if they use the tool that we're always talking about. So, at the very least, I would hope that their snapshot would include this factor, even if there is no magic spreadsheet. But insofar as there is some model that they give to staff for how to approach the next 5 years in terms of classification, that whatever they'd be saying about reference to market, they would also say with reference to cost of living.
Well, if I could, every year, so it's not updated to market. It's only once every 5 years that we update to market. Now, what happens every year, though, is HR staff looks at what's called I think it's called the Employment Condition Index, not just you remember the PCI, well, this is the ECI. And so there is some deference paid to that. If you want to, so the market rate is a point in time for this 5 years, that's why we come back in 5 years. So you could do it, as you're saying, Commissioner Hull, you could do market and wage floor. It's just in year 2, I don't know if the model can be built to update it then, but at least you're on a 5-year cycle with the wage floor.
So I would hope that at the very least, they do that first part, which is not clear to me in this current proposal is going to be done. And then insofar as they're making any recommendation for the future, that it also factor this in. So if we can take a month to clarify that with them before we accept this, that would be helpful. I'm
Well,
asking
if that's
my
the will
colleagues
of
to give that
everybody,
time.
you can say it right now that we want that in there as a basis, and we'll do that.
I am saying that right now as part of my motion to hold, so it can be in there. Because you're saying you would need to go back to them before you know it can be in there at this price, right?
Well, as the attorney said, I'm not going to go back and ask them to modify their proposal, but I can ask them if it's possible or what that looks like. Or
You
we
can ask
get
them to
in front of
clarify
you.
what they meant by living wage reconciliation.
Well, I know what that means. That means that they're going to try and create, based on an action that this commission's already taken that's created compression in lower levels, they're going to try and undo that compression across all of it. And they could point in time do that for whatever this upcoming wage floor is as part of that too. I don't know how much that's going to cost, but we can certainly ask them to do that.
Commissioner Thornton.
I do support, again, Commissioner Hull's position. But I am not willing to go and ask, make any changes. The attorney has already said that that probably would not be a good idea, that we would have to, it seems like maybe just opening up the RFPs again. But to go back and ask them to modify, and they were chosen, you know, we talked about all this legal stuff earlier, but then when it flips, we kind of forget. So if Commissioner Houle wants to open this back up to a RFP, but I'm not going to go back and ask them to, I don't think we should be going back asking a vendor to modify their RFP, and that opportunity was not given to the other vendors.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I would propose that we hold this and just to get some answers to find out if this vendor has that capability of that flexible wage floor market rate capability. So we can make a more informed decision whether or not we want to go with this vendor or open it back up for an RFP. I mean, I'd ask if maybe the attorney can answer this. You know, if we do go forward with this vendor after getting that answer, what is the legality or feasibility of modifying the contract with them, like while it's the study's in action?
Right. I do know, you know, we have in the past, you know, like if you have a construction contract, you can have a change order, you know. I would want to, I guess I'd want to, I'm hesitant to make any statement right now about that. You know, I want to understand all the facts and what we're exactly doing before I say something's okay or not okay.
So maybe that's another reason to put this on hold, is so you can explore that possibility.
And Attorney Drake, one thing that I'd point to that seems to weave some of these interests together is that noted work session on the calendar in which a philosophy is developed. And so subsequent to that philosophy development, does that then give some refined marching orders to the vendor?
Yeah. I mean, I can just, you know, I'm firm that even before Commissioner Houle got on this commission, the idea of the MIT living wage calculator was always, always part of the discussion in these pay studies. You know, the idea that wage floor would constantly be shifting as the cost of living moved. So, you know, the idea that we're going to go through this study and not have that tool available, it's just kind of makes no sense to me. You know, in my mind, it's always been clear that the whole purpose of doing this study is to assure that our employees' pay keeps up with the cost of living as time goes on. You know, so I'd argue, you know, let's hold this, get a clear answer from this particular vendor that's on the table right now, if they have that capability, get a clear answer from the attorney as to, you know, what the process might be.
I think Commissioner Thornton pointed out the concern. The concern is that another vendor says, wait a minute, I can do that, and I could have done it cheaper because we've done that before. And you're going to pay this vendor this much to do that if it's a substantial activity. You know, I mean, those are the kind of issues you get into, and you worry about someone challenging your procurement process. That's the concern.
Well, I wonder if maybe it could be a second
Commissioner
RFP.
Thornton hit the nail right on the head, you know, so that's why, you know, you want to be careful that you don't get into trouble up front. So from a legal perspective, you say, you know what, let's just start it over again and make sure there's no questions about it, you know? And I don't know anything about this, but the manager seems to indicate it's a pretty substantial matter, but it may not be, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if there's the vendors, you know, if given that full information pay study snapshot, you know, then they could go from there and develop the tool, regardless of whether or not it's the same vendor or a different one. If you know, if the problem is opening the RFP back up, maybe a new RFP gets put out after the study and the point in time is determined where you get that tool that calculator tool. But, I mean, I'd like a month to get some clarity on those possibilities. And, you know, if it's not a possibility, then yeah, maybe we do want to open the RFP back up. Because, I mean, it's always been crystal clear in my mind that we wanted to get to a place where we had that flexible living wage calculator worked into our pay scale.
Commissioner Lake, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Davenport.
Okay, so now I'm conflicted, but, okay. So when I read this, when it says point in time, so whatever we decide on tonight, this group is gonna go say, okay, I'm looking at March 2024, whatever. I'm looking at March 24, point in time, what is cost of living? So, and we're gonna do this for every 5 years. So March 2024, 25, 26, 27, we're still gonna be indexed at the 24. You see what I'm saying? Because we're doing this every 5 years. That's what it means by point in time. The mayor and commissioner are in charge of the purse of the government. So like we wanted to do a living wage, we can do that during the budget time and by increasing it with, 6 commissioners. The problem I have, thank you, Judge, that I have now is, and Commissioner Thornton, is just the legal issue of it. And sending this back out to through an RFP without it being challenged. This is a large scope. This is a large scale project that we've been talking about for which we do every 5 years. But I stand by my original motion to accept it as is.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Davenport makes a good point. I mean, it's a commission by commission sort of decision to make, and this commission has decided to pay the living wage, and I would hope future commissions would. You don't need to change. We can take that point in time count and figure that out. It may still create some compression issues later down the line, but at least this study is going to tell us how to fix the compression issues we have right now. And that's the whole point of getting moving with this. That I know the manager heard that loud and clear on when we did vote and said, let's get these compression issues fixed, which is a big problem for us, and it's created a lot of unfairness for our workforce. So we need to get that fixed, the first thing, and then we could use what they give us in the study to then make our budgetary decisions that we make every year with regards to raises and however else we're paying our employees. But I would suspect that this community is going to appreciate commissioners who do support a living wage and who do support paying people what they earn. And if that commissioner decides not to, then that's on them. But for right now, let's get this study going so that we know what number we're looking at for that first year. Let's get it fixed for that first year, and then we can figure it out from there. If we have to, after that first year, to hire somebody else to do for the following year, then do it then. But let's get this first year going.
Andrew Williams.
I think Commissioner Hamby summarized that well. So if you wanted to start with this year's living wage and tell a consultant, start there and come back with the plan.
Or even estimate what 2025 is going to be.
Well, they could do that.
Yeah.
They can do that. Where I'm falling down is the next year. Having that same exercise replicated, I think would involve having to hire somebody to do that again because it's a new variable and lots of things have changed in that ensuing year. So the way we don't every year go back and adjust for market, we just take whatever economic data we can find, usually the ECI or the PCI, and we give a sort of a blunt percentage increase for all employees that kind of tides everybody over until we get to that 5-year, let's redo it. And I think that this would be the same way. So if you want to start with today's living wage, I think that can be done with any of these consultants. If they know the starting point, they just have to separate everybody through compression throughout there and get there. There are additional analysis with regards to internal equity and external equity that have to be taken into account. So I think it's all possible what you want in this whole thing right now. It's just next year, can they leave us a model that we can toggle to get you right back to where you want to? And I can't say that right now.
Well, Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question, if you don't mind, just real quick? So, and I think Commissioner Culpepper asked this question about when this would take effect. It's not till 2025. Is that the budget, the fiscal year?
Yeah.
So, and they can
a year and a half from now.
So they can estimate what the living wage is instead of 24 and 25. and then have that as the baseline so that when we get the study back in our hands, we've got that baseline that we're right at 2025 for that budget process for 26. So you see where I'm going with that? I mean, you're working a year ahead of time so that you wouldn't have, in that first year at least, go back and go from there.
Yes.
Did that make any sense to anybody but me?
Well,
Blaine?
and
Yeah.
just, this I think is obvious to commissioners, but we wouldn't have new information going into our budget discussions this winter and spring for fiscal '25.
Right.
So, Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I guess to clarify, if we look at, is this history or facts and issues? So look at number 9. Yeah, history number 9. This went out on October 12th and then the closed on November 13th. And here we are despite the holidays only 2 weeks later. So I think it's safe to assume that a new RFP that's almost exactly the same with this built out could be back in our hands in 3 months. So if we're talking about the timeline not really affecting what we do until FY26 anyway, because we're not going to have this back in time for FY25, then the practical matter of whether we send it out for an RFP again, like, it doesn't change the timing for when we have this in time for our next budget cycle. A 3-month delay for a whole new RFP to go out would still be in time for FY26, and the same as this not be in time for FY25. As far as, I just want to correct something. Commissioner Davenport mentioned that it's going to peg, the way this is written, it's going to peg things to the living wage as it is now. That's not the way it's written. It's going to peg things to the market as it is now. So if we also want to peg it to the living wage, we would have to say so. Now, I'm hearing from Manager Williams that that's a much easier thing to get the existing recommended responding company to do, whereas this other thing we're talking about could be different. But I'll just point to, also in History 9, it says that they're going to bring back as their deliverables pay structure and pay philosophy. And then down at the bottom in G, it says, or F, it says job classification and job evaluation system. So I'm assuming that that's going to include a lot of the boilerplate stuff these consultants copy paste to everyone around the ECI and PCI that's already been mentioned. But what it won't include, unless we specify it, is any consideration of the cost of living or a wage floor, unless we specify it. So if that is going to complicate things so much that they would need more money to do it, then yeah, let's send out another RFP. We're still going to get those bids back in time for when we'd be able to use this information to change our budget anyway. What I'm hearing from colleagues about, well, we can just raise the wages again. Well, that's what we did twice in a row to bring it to 15 and then 1560. And then that irritated staff quite a lot because we just bumped up the floor without addressing compression. So we can't actually just raise the wage floor in the budget season without repeating that same mistake. If we don't want to repeat that mistake, we have to build it into this process.
All right, we do have a substitute motion on the floor to hold, and that's from Commissioner Houle with a second from Commissioner Link. And so that would be the first roll call from Clerk Spratlin.
Hoole,
Yes.
Culpepper,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Fisher.
Yes.
6 yes, 4 no.
All right, motion carries. All right, we'll get some more information from staff and from the attorney about what process could look like going forward, and we'll see this again in a month.
Well, I'm sorry, Mayor, I just want to be clear so that we aren't seen as having any reaction to this. Just to understand exactly what you're asking us to do so we can do that. So for the next 30 days, you'd like a clarification on a process that the attorney and I both told you not to go back and try and negotiate something. So we got that taken care of. As far as what you want to see if the consultant is capable of doing is creating a model where each ensuing year we can input what the wage floor is, and it would produce for all 400 positions what the recommended distance from compression is. Is that what y'all are asking for?
I want to be clear. I tried to be clear when I, in this discourse said it. The going back to the existing bidder is just clarifying what they understand to be meant by the existing terms of the existing RFP language.
Okay.
And then staff can bring that back to us, and at that time in a month, we can decide whether that's satisfying what we're talking about, or if we need to send it back out for a whole new RFP.
And I would include among their understanding of existing language that's in our document, what is under this umbrella of a pay philosophy that we're going to have a public session about that already is in the calendar and on the timeline.
So not doing any of the things that the attorney advised against.
Critical inquiries, that covering the cost, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Is that something they're already able to, planning to and or able to do?
So we're going to be clear, I'm going to ask the consultant to clarify what they think we meant in the RFP and what they're going to produce for that.
Regarding living wage?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And how that's going to be incorporated into wage floor, mitigating/reconciling past actions, and their recommendations around pay structure, pay philosophy moving forward.
I just want to make, so I'm writing this down. Regarding living wage and how it's going to be incorporated into the pay philosophy.
The pay structure and pay philosophy, as well as how it would be incorporated into the job class. So if history 9, A and F is where it seems most applicable, or A, E, and F. So that's pay structure and pay philosophy, the updated pay table to include mitigation of wage floor impact, and the job classification and job evaluation system. How, if at all, will they be incorporating a living wage as part of that?
Okay.
Commissioner Thornton.
So for my clarity, all we're asking the vendor is to clarify what he's written, what he's already submitted. And if it is not what we're looking for, then, and if it's not what we're looking for, we're going to open the RFP process back up.
Well, we're going to have a vote in a month to decide whether to do that.
Wait a minute, Tony.
That could be a decision.
But no, I want to be really clear about, I do not want us to get into a point where somebody sues us because we gave somebody a step up. That's all I'm saying. So the condition would be, if this is not what we want, we would open it back to an RFP, right?
That could be a decision the commission makes a month from now.
Well, that's the commission. That's
if it was
what
determined.
this commissioner is making now, because you are definitely.
Well, we heard the attorney loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
That was
Well,
evident.
I heard the attorney, so I don't think some of us others did, but I'm not going to.
But just in terms of investigation with the language that's in front of you in your agenda report.
That's right.
Is there anything else that you want to make sure is clarified with a fine point pen? Commissioner Wright?
Yes, due to the fact that the 29-page RFP has a lot of points in it and a lot of deadlines in it, this month delay could even change all that. So we need to also make sure if this person is still going to be available for the timeline set forth explicitly on the deliverables for the January 2025 full implementation for the second half of FY25. This ask is taking staff off of another direction, another priority to put this together, to come forward to us. We need to make sure, because if it changes the timeline, I think that opens the whole RFP process back up. And we just need to be clear on that.
Commissioner Fisher?
Thank you, Manager.
I was trying to stay quiet. I'm probably the only commissioner on here that has done classification studies, and I can tell you with the language that this vendor has presented is going to be the language. I've done hundreds of these back in my day, and then whatever we used to get from, and I work with cities and counties, whatever we got from the RFP that we got and the language that was in there, that's the language that the vendors say, this is the language. But I agree with Commissioner Hull, we need to take a look at it, but I think it's probably going to come back, the language as written, and we may end up having to do another RFP.
Well, good.
All right, everybody has Manager Williams' email. If you have some subsequent thoughts, I recommend you send them.
There you go.
All right, appreciate it, everyone. All right, 17 is use of existing salary savings funds for 3 contract attorney positions in the district attorney's office. Given that these are standing funds allocated in the budget, is there not a ordinance with this? Is that correct?
There's not an
Okay,
ordinance.
all right. Entertain a motion.
Move
to
approve. Oh, sorry, Jesse, what you finna say?
Well, I think very similar to you. I was going to move to approve with the understanding that there is a $30,000 limit to this usage.
And is that the case? This is a $30,000 cap on?
Well, let me offer this. I think Commissioner Houle is correct in that if that's the wish, you should so state that in the motion. The reason it's coming before y'all is state law does dictate if a DA were to add contracted attorney positions that the governing jurisdiction would have to approve that. As context, we put in there that there were some salary savings the DA reported that she could avail herself of to do that. Now, as you know, independently elected officials, constitutional officers, once you give them their budget, they have full authority to spend those funds for whatever purposes they want in carrying out their mission. In this particular agenda item, there is a time fuse on here for the positions for the calendar year of 2024, and there's a cap that's stated as far as the rate of pay, but it is not capped how much can be spent for those purposes. Now, verbally, we've talked about it, and as it says in the agenda item, she was willing to work with me to find other ways to fund it. But if you want to be absolutely clear about it, Commissioner Houle is correct to say to cap it at $30,000, and then if it goes beyond that, then she would have to return to the commission for approval to continue.
So we had two folks who were jumping for the ball at the same time. Just want to make sure, Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Taylor, is the $30,000 cap part of your motion?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So motion from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Houle to approve with the understanding that this is an absolute cap of $30,000 before the DA would have to return to the commission.
Yes.
All right. Any further input from any member of the body on this question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 18 is adoption of the Unified Government Transit Title VI Plan Update, something required by federal law. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve. I know that I wasn't here when Transit came and did the work presentation, but I was on live. And I think that it's a great plan. And we want to be able to, make sure we're connected. So I move to approve with no caveats.
All right.
I'm just joking.
Motion from Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
No one wants to second.
Oh, I'll second. I thought you said who seconded it. I'll second.
I'll second you.
All right. Second is from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Wright, any further remarks?
Me too. Read vote.
Any from any member of the body? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Wait. Yeah, there is. I have a comment.
Go right ahead, Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, when I went through this, there is discussion in here of changing, I'm getting back to my notes here, what was it called? A fare structure in here, 1 year living wage here. A fare box recovery ratio that's going to be evaluated. And I don't know how we're going to do that because we don't have a fare box. And there was a lot of talk in here about us setting fares in here. And I was wondering if this indicates a change in how we're approaching fare-free bus service.
So, back in 2009, and it's not clear whether it was mayor and commission approved or not, but a fare box policy, Transit Director Butch McDuffie, we've had a copy of that. I was aware of it when I came here, and at the time, it was basically that approximately a third of the fares, or a third of the revenues required to run the transit department would be recovered through fares. Another third from general fund contributions, and the other final third through federal subsidy. And of course, so that policy is there Don't know if it was mayor and commission approved, never been rescinded. Obviously, when y'all went fare-free, it was rendered moot. It's still there. All that staff were doing here is that this is a 3-year plan, and they just tried to be comprehensive on, in any given year, the commission may change their mind. If you read it very closely, it talks about, that we would, look at all the funds and their sources of funding and then make a recommendation to the commission as to whether or not fares should be reintroduced or not. But at the end of the day, that's a commission decision each year, just like the stormwater increases or the public utility water and sewer increases. It's there to make the document more flexible in case you change your mind, but it's nothing that can preempt the commission from absolutely deciding either way what it wants to do.
So the fact that it uses verbs like the transit system will be evaluated annually based on its fare-free recovery ratio, you're telling me that has no implication for what we're doing, or with the will be, that's not going to happen then?
Well, every year, staff does look at all our revenue sources and weighs whether or not to put that on the table. Of course, the T-SPLOST helped to assuage that. The purpose of this policy, though, is not about fares. It's about being fair, and not discriminating against others. So if you wanted to strike that language, you could. If you ever decided you want to do fair, we'd just have to redo the plan and give it back to the government. GDOT is a block grant state, so the feds give GDOT the money and the compliance responsibilities. And what's happened in the last few years is there's been an audit somewhere along the way, and perhaps the federal government didn't feel like GDOT was doing enough, and so they've kind of come back and said very specifically, we need these things done. So GDOT is making sure that's getting done, as they should. And so that's what this is.
Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. And I see a colleague across the way also raising her hand. Yeah, I guess I want to clarify. I appreciate Commissioner Myers bringing this up. If you go to pages 42 and 43 of the agenda document, which is pages B4 and B5 of the Title VI plan, it says, under the header, ATS operates in such a manner that is cost-effective, that it will create a fare structure with a subsidized rate for people with low incomes. And I think this is pulled from that policy. And then on the very next page, it says, under service goals, to maximize fare revenue while providing economical services. So I guess I'm wondering what adopting this means for what staff could do without first consulting this body about bringing back fares.
Staff considers whether or not to bring back fares every year when we look at what's coming in and what goes out. And certainly as there are more, that's why the transit development plan is so important, because it captures what the community needs are through an assessment, through a consultant. And then you also bear witness to that to talk about, we may want to increase frequency, or we may want new routes, and we hear a lot of that. And the question is, it's not that it's so complicated, but it's difficult, the different mixes of revenue. So y'all can strike that language, that's fine. But unless you say staff never look at fares again, this is something that happens every year. So it is something that we look at. But at the end of the day, it's not staff's, it doesn't preempt the commission,
So that's understood. I think, what struck me is that while this language is in here, there is not any mention, it mentions SPLOST, but it does not mention T-SPLOST. And specifically the T-SPLOST revenue that we've currently got from a project that in the header of the slideshow and in every discussion this body had before it was passed, before the voters approved it, mentioned fare-free as part of the goal. Now, obviously we have a lot of goals beyond fare-free, but that was pretty explicitly built into that large amount of T-SPLOST money. So I think it's the mix of the absence of the description of what's currently happening of being fare-free and of using T-SPLOST funding, as well as the retention of that old policy language from before we went fare-free that has me concerned. So whether that leads to striking the language, or like we did with the previous agenda item, having an explicit understanding that's nothing going to change before we come back. But I'd be curious if the motioner has any interest in potentially addressing this as part of the the motion.
Commissioner Taylor, just,
I had some points to make before, but.
well, just
Got into
given
deliberation.
inquiry kind of the motioner, Commissioner Taylor, is this an area that you'd be interested in striking?
Well, from my understanding, it is dependent, the language is dependent on the mayor and commission. So previous commission has stated that they wanted transit to be fare-free. But not all of us are gonna be on commission, mayor and commission down the line where we may see the need to start charging a fee. This language does not bind us, it's either or, because it still has to come before the mayor and commission, and it doesn't put a burden on all the groups that, you know, kind of deal with transit, financially. And so I think the way that, staff has written it, I think that it's fine the way that it is.
Commissioner Wright, follow up?
Is it, has their 3
Well,
minutes
I
finished?
guess, given that, I'll just, if anybody wants to second it, make a motion to approve, but with that language struck. With any language about fair struck.
That's the thing. I am pro none fee, but realistically and in reality, I mean, we may have to start charging a fee if it's not tomorrow, maybe 5 or 10 years down the road. So striking this language, it benefits us now, but it'll probably bind us in the future.
I have a
Commissioner
question.
Wright Commissioner Wright is next, and then I'll call him others.
Well, I'll second Commissioner Hull's motion about striking the language.
Okay. Is it my turn? Has the 3 minutes finished?
Yeah, I mean, there's a second for the motion, so I'm done.
Okay. So now there's a
So
substitute
there's a
motion.
motion. I wasn't sure that you were making a
The
motion.
motion is on
So
the
there's a motion and a
transit, just
second.
as is. Oh, no, theirs is to.
Commissioner
Take-
Houle has spoken already. Commissioner Link is seconder of the substitute motion.
Substitutes in
You
before
have the
my 3
opportunity,
minutes.
and then I'll return
Okay.
to Commissioner Wright.
I mean, my question is, how do you evaluate a system with the fare as a factor when the system's a fare-free system? Like, I feel like it's like, you know, chicken egg question going on with that language in here.
Well, we know what our current expenses are, and we know that certain things, whether it's fuel or pay or the cost of equipment, that goes up. And so we have to look at what it costs to run the system, and then we look at our available federal funds, and that offers so much. And we look at so much general fund, and we look at so much T-SPLOST, and we've really been a great beneficiary of other federal funds, the CARES Act and ARPA, to help get us past these last few years. But those funding sources won't be available in the future. And again, it's not just a simple, I mean, it's a calculus of routes and frequency and cost and what's available. It's a pretty, you know, you get to what you want to spend and you get to the available money, and that's where it is. Now, I'm not signaling we're going to come back with a fair recommendation this year. This is just a document, it's a compliance document. It doesn't hold the commission anything. You can strike the language, that's fine. Over the next 3 years, if you have fair, we'll just have to redo it, and we'll go back to GDOT and do it, if that's what you want to do. But the commission has the full authority to grant a fair or not, and that's nothing, this doesn't change that. And we won't be coming back to you one day and beating you over the head with it, saying, well, you approved this, so that's not what this is about.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. I wanted to just explain some examples of where, a little historical, I guess, but also the way we have previously, when we had fares, calculated it and used a formula with UGA and their ridership and their payments. It was a very elaborate thing with the federal dollars and matching, and that's where the information that Commissioner Myers pointed out in this document. And it is Manager Williams just pointed to some of the reasons why. It's not just T-SPLOST or a specific funding source. We've had CARES and the pandemic and different reasons that launched us into full fare free versus the senior and children and the different versions we've had. That said, I have really appreciated every year the information that we get on how much it's costing us to run the fare-free transit as we talk about more frequent, increased routes. And it has been brought up that we need to consider everything when we talk about these improvements to our transit. And I think that we had an agenda item, it might even be a grant that we're maybe even reaching out with something towards the Atlanta area. Was it Gwinnett? That there's maybe a grant that we teamed up with? Do you remember what it was?
Was it the megabus?
A study.
It was a study for that. So, something that's more far-reaching that we might decide to do would not necessarily be a fare-free scenario. So this being in this federal law requirement transit plan update, I think needs to be in there, and I don't think it just talks about how it was done and when we would have to do it. I know when we had to change when we were fare-free, it took a long time, a lot of staff time to redo our arrangement with UGA because of that. So this keeps us from having to redo this document in this respect for things that might change. So that's why I support the original motion, not the substitute motion, but I was hoping that detail and the additional details will help others know about this moving forward as is.
Commissioner Fisher.
Thanks, Mayor. And I also support Commissioner Taylor's motion. Also, nobody talk about sustainability. We have been going fare-free for a number of years, but somewhere along the line, how are we going to be able to sustain our transit? Especially if we talk about increasing routes, and maybe possibly increasing to other communities. So how are we going to sustain this? So somewhere down the line, and it may not be the time that I'm on the commission, but somewhere down the line, we probably have to go back and start charging in some form or fashion. Because we're going to be able to sustain. And another thing, and I don't know this, Manager Williams, but the federal government continues to see, Athens-Clarke County don't charge their residents. What would move them to say, y'all don't need our money. Because y'all fare-free, so y'all don't need our money. So again, we need to think about sustainability and think about the future. And again, this language that's in there now, it doesn't fit what we're doing. We understand that. And we just need to make sure that when we start looking at all these other entities that we get funding from, is it going to be an entity, all the money's going to be available for us to sustain this moving forward?
Let's vote.
Can I just clarify? Just so everyone's clear, we're looking at Appendix B, which is titled Current System Description. And under the Current System Description, it says that where are we? I need to get to the right page here. Under the current system description, it speaks to the fare structure with a subsidized rate, and then on the next page, it says, under fixed route service goals, maximize fare revenue. So our current system is not operating that way, and that's all my concern here is. I welcome the discussion about how we can sustainably fund this system, and if ultimately that leads us to a point where we as a body decide that we need fares, of course that's within our purview, but also I welcome that discussion. I'm just saying when we're passing along this document to the state, it has a current description of our system that includes things we don't currently do and haven't been doing for a few years. So that is where my concern lies. And that is all I am trying to address. I understand that this body may well decide to do things differently in the future, and I understand that staff is going to keep looking at all options to try to fund our transit system while expanding service. Just looking at the current description.
Well, there's a current policy that is there, it's dormant, I guess is a good verb for it, and it's predicated on the commission's directive.
All right, we've got a substitute motion on the floor from Commissioner Houle, a second from Commissioner Link. We'll go around. Clerk Spratlin?
Houle?
Yes.
Culpepper?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
No.
Hamby?
No.
Davenport?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Taylor?
No.
Wright?
Nope.
Fisher?
No.
3 yes, 7 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll return to the original motion from Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Poole,
No.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
Yes.
Amby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link. No. 7 yes, 3 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. Motion carries. All right, we have a single item of new business. I do need a motion for suspension of rules, given that it's new business.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Fisher, second from Commissioner Taylor for suspension of rules. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on, we have a resolution authorizing a financial settlement. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Hamby. Is there an ordinance regarding this?
No.
No ordinance. All right. Commissioner Taylor, any remarks?
No, I read the email, and as a body, let's just move forward.
Commissioner Hamby? Any others? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, now's the time in the evening when we have public input on any item not on tonight's agenda. Rules of public input are the same. Provide your first and last name and your place of residence and the issue to which you're speaking. And if you line up the podium, that way we can facilitate everybody who's interested in providing input. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello again, Commissioners. Lewis, and as you can see, we're here again in support of a ceasefire. We are here this time to discuss the Palestinian genocide and not any of the others currently occurring, because this particular genocide is made possible by our federal government. And so you all got into local government because you believe in the power of local government, and we're here because we believe in the power of local government as well. There is no possible way that if enough cities pass ceasefire resolutions, that the federal government can ignore that. At this point, we've had protests almost every week in the US, and our government is ignoring us. We're coming to you asking for a ceasefire resolution to help amplify our voices. So I've already been made aware that Kelly Gertz has said he would not be adding a ceasefire resolution to today's agenda. I'm aware that there is a possibility that it might not be added at all. So I know some people will be still here asking you to call for a ceasefire, but I've realized that's making a huge assumption. We assume that everyone here supports a ceasefire, and as so far, only one person publicly has. So I'm actually here on behalf of the voters. I feel that we should know on the record very clearly which of our commissioners and if our mayor supports mass murder, depending on the ethnicity and religion of the people doing the mass murdering, and the assumed religion and the ethnicity of the people being murdered. So I would just like to propose that everyone, if you can just clarify your stance for us as it stands. The voters do not know where our commissioners stand. So if we cannot get a ceasefire resolution on this agenda, I would at least appreciate knowing what my commissioner supports and what my mayor supports. So.
And again, your name for the record?
L. Lewis.
L. Lewis, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Zina Mohammed. I'm an organizer with Students for Justice of Palestine. I also wanted to ask the Athens-Clarke County Commission support a resolution for a ceasefire. living as a Black and Arab woman in America, I've always known that the struggles that I face are never isolated issues. Even if it is across borders and across seas, all of our struggles are interconnected. So by opposing Israeli occupation in Palestine, we're opposing the militarization of our police officers here. By standing in solidarity with Palestinians, we are standing for all of those who have been swept away by a system that has been solely made to oppress us, okay? So this is very much an Athens issue. Police officers at UGA are being trained by the IDF. $1.8 million of our tax dollars are being sent to fund a genocidal occupation. There is no way that any of y'all can turn around and say that we shouldn't care about this because it's just not affecting us. During the last city council meeting, y'all called us disrespectful for having the courage to be vulnerable and share and come up here and share the trauma of witnessing our families and our friends live through what is now hell on earth. We're witnessing a genocide, and it's not going to go away whether or not you decide to cover your ears and say that it's just not Athens' responsibility. Now is the time to stand up with Palestinians and stand in solidarity with civilians that are suffering from war violence across the globe. It's time to call for a ceasefire, and it's time to put all of our egos away and to the side and say that it is our collective responsibility to stand up for what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alina. I'm a resident of Athens, and I was going to try and give a little mini history lesson in under 3 minutes, and I'll still gladly do that in the coming months as I intend to become a regular attendee of these meetings because it's important. But I think hearing the news that y'all are not convinced about putting a ceasefire resolution up in Athens because you're, I don't know, maybe you're not convinced of the relevancy of it or why we in Athens should care about it. I decided to just kind of come up here instead and kind of maybe just speak as a human to fellow humans that, you know, my friends who I embroider with virtually on Zoom, that's how I learned embroidery, was from a Palestinian woman. My friends who I organize and protest with and go to school with and classes with. Like, I have a friend who I have comforted on my couch crying because she has lost over 20 members of her family in Gaza. She lives here. She pays local taxes. She goes to the school. She attends the restaurants. Like, this is an Athenian, and she's my friend, and she is affected by this. And so, like, that right there is one constituent who should matter to all of us. And so while I'll gladly try and squeeze in lessons here and there because we are not taught this history, we are not taught these politics, we are not taught this background in our school systems, I just felt moved tonight to instead share that, you know, there are members of our community here who have been trying to live their daily life, go to their jobs, go to their classes, and they're literally losing dozens of family members. So it's not a faraway issue. Like, we have people here in our community who are really grieving and who really need us all to, like, show up for them as fellow human beings, as fellow Athenians. But yeah, so please just seriously consider, it may just seem like emotion, but it means a lot to these Palestinians in our community that our city council members take their lives and their family lives seriously enough to speak out on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Asher Hill. I work over at the Morton. I believe we've met each other on quite a few occasions, Mr. Gertz. I didn't really come up here with a plan. I kind of came here last minute because I heard about it. And I just wanted to address one of the elephants in the room when it comes to the conflict in Gaza, which is the issue of Hamas, which a common counter-argument to our cause is pointing out that Hamas is evil. I just want to raise the opinion that standing against genocide is not an endorsement of Hamas. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Asher.
Hello, I'm Jack. I'm an Athens resident. I've been here since 2020. I'm a local organizer. I brought food out here to make sure that people are getting fed during this meeting. It's something I really care about. I think the last time I was here, I may have came off as disrespectful, but I think I just want y'all to understand that, like, we have people dying in our lives. I have friends that could not go to New Year's, what is supposed to be happy holidays, while our politicians, while Joe Biden is tweeting out happy holidays. I have friends that literally could not go out because they lost multiple family members, because they had to check their phone to see if they had been killed in Gaza by bombs that they had paid for, that we have all paid for. So when I said you have blood on your hands, it's not because I'm like trying to attack y'all. It's that as Americans, we have all paid to kill innocent brown children across the world, and now we see this in Palestine. So yes, it is your issue, and being neutral on this issue and saying, well, I don't have anything to do with that, is a tacit endorsement of genocide. That is how genocide functions. If you do nothing right now, our tax dollars will go to kill children. You will be killing children. I've still got some more time. I want to really emphasize that, because when we talk about the $1.8 million, that's a lot of money. I see y'all talking about, oh, $350,000. That's nothing. We sent $250 million to Israel out of our backup funds that Biden was just like, oh, we just kind of have that sitting around. I have friends that starved and froze to death. I was living unhoused off of North Ave 2 summers ago. In that time, I have literally lost friends that have starved and frozen to death in the time that it takes y'all to just sit and say, well, I don't know, I haven't done enough of the research on this issue. Just since last month, like 5,000, 10,000 Palestinians have died. So no, we don't have time. There is no way to just say, well, we could just do a letter. We don't need a resolution. No, we need a resolution, because if you are not resolute in standing against genocide, you support it. You are the cause of the genocide. We all are, as Americans. And yeah, I really don't want to stand for that, because when I'm literally watching people that I love starve to death because we say that we don't have enough money, and then we send $1.8 million of my hard-earned money, I make $45K, okay? That's a salary. That's a new thing for me. It's life-changing money. Like I said, I was unhoused. I was sleeping on the street. I had to sleep in the grass because the concrete was too cold. I make $45,000 on salary. I'm sure that's more than all of you, and I'm still doing that. Every Sunday, I try and get out and cook food. It costs me $50, and I feed 20 to 30 people. So when I'm saying we have the money, we have the money. You are the most powerful people in Athens. Do something. We're all students. We all have jobs. I know, y'all said we don't have anything to go to in the morning. I have work at 6 a.m. I'm going to go home and go immediately to bed because I have to wake up and work. I don't have the privilege of just sitting around and, looking at things. My name is Jack, Athens resident, by the way.
Thank you, Jack. All right. Thank you all. I appreciate everyone coming tonight. We always have open doors here in City Hall, and I appreciate that as an aspect of our public lives and what we provide, and appreciate dearly everybody coming down tonight and last month as well. It's impossible to spend 20 years in this town working with people who are poorly resourced and traumatized without being very pained at the images and stories that all of us are hearing. I know that very much. Also reflect on the reality that I know it can probably seem to people here tonight that the tools available to you are reductive tools that don't provide enough context or enough opportunity. And they're distant tools, like an Instagram campaign is as distant as the satellite that brings those pictures to my phone. But what I would hope for is to have conversations with you about tools that are not distant or reductive, but tools that are engaging and expansive. And invite anybody to call my office. I'd be glad to have a sit-down conversation. I'll brew a pot of coffee with one or any of you, because there are a lot of tools available. I'd like to talk about those with any of you. So appreciate it if you do that. I'm here for you. We have a handful of reports from members of staff, and then an executive session to close with. So the last commissioner, I'll have Commissioner Hamby speak last. If you just enter a motion to enter executive session when he speaks. So Manager Williams, anything for us tonight?
No, sir.
people had stopped coming to the podium.
Can I ask one more thing? Can we hear what everybody, when we hear from everybody, can we hear how everybody feels about a ceasefire resolution? And if they do support it, why? If they don't support it, why not? Just so we can come back in the future.
Commissioners have an opportunity to provide whatever comments they
Okay.
prefer.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking. I'm just repeating the question again. That was initially.
Manager Williams, anything tonight?
No report, sir.
Attorney Drake, Auditor Hassemer. All right. Go ahead and begin with Commissioner Davenport and end with Commissioner Hamby.
Oh, all right, thank you so much. I do have a question to Manager Williams on the contract report. Is line item number 4, hydro services, repair influent pump station. Was that the, can you talk about that, the pump station repair?
Let me pull that up real quick.
Is this at the end of under 10,000 contract?
Yeah.
Right. Let me just get to that real quick.
Well, you can send an email.
Which station was it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering which station. I'm just being nosy. Which?
I don't believe that it is a pump station in the terms of the pump stations we've been talking about. I think it's one of our water treatment facilities, and it was some normal plant maintenance, if that's the question.
Okay, yeah, that was the question.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, happy 2024, everybody. Hopefully this year will be a much better year. And I wish everybody the best in 2024. MLK Day of Service is coming up. Please sign up to AACC.gov to sign up for one of the many opportunities. There's a host of stuff that's going on in this community as well, and that's all I have.
Yeah, I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. We know it's going to be a difficult year. It's already a difficult year. You know, there was some small glimmer of hope that maybe things would get better in Gaza when there was something of a pause in hostilities for a few days, but it's become even clearer now that there's no intention of toning down the hostilities. At this point, I definitely support a ceasefire. I mean, it's clear that this is not about destroying a terrorist organization, but it is about raining complete destruction on the Palestinian people, and I don't see how anyone can deny that at this point. But then again, I don't know what we can do about it other than appeal to our federal officials. And I urge everyone to reach out. You know, I've sent my letters. There are some voices of reason in the Senate. You know, and we can appeal that none of our funds go to this, but then again, they're managing to get around votes in Congress. But yeah, I think it's become clear that this is beyond retribution for a single day's attack.
Commissioner Taylor?
Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy 2024. Thanks to staff for all of their hard work and dedication, all the hard work that they put into helping us to understand the work that's put before us. Tomorrow will be 365 days, John and Dexter. We've been elected officials. And it's been a definite roller coaster, but I'm very appreciative to my constituencies as well as, you know, and I look forward to all of the work that we're getting ready to do. Now, I know I called y'all disrespectful the last time. It was me. It was the delivery. And before I called you disrespectful, I called for a ceasefire as well. But I guess all of that got swept under the rug after my comments afterwards. The delivery this time was a little better. Thank y'all. We appreciate that. I would like, personally, I do not put my colleagues into this statement because I only speak for myself. But if any of you are willing to sit down with me and we have a conversation on how I can move forward and possibly get the input of my colleagues, I am fine with that. I am open to that.
Jack, I appreciate your passion. You can't correct this time. Next time, don't cuss us no more. I'm proud of y'all. Go forth and do great work.
Commissioner Wright?
All right. Yeah, it is hard to bring in the usual cheer for Happy New Year when there's things going on that you guys are passionate about and feel passionate about that we can do something about. But my comments are focused on what I can do this year and the year ahead for that. And Mr. Mayor, I hope that you will continue to assign me to the committees that I have been on. I enjoy the committee work. If the property committee can be of any assistance in this lull, Josh, Assistant Manager Edwards, and I would be happy to help. If the space allocation study needs a little committee work, we can reconvene. I do, because of the importance of next year, 2024 is big election year in every level, and the even-numbered ones of us are up for re-election. My newsletter, I'm going to start the year by adding in election-oriented dates, deadlines, information of what's changed since 2020, which has been a lot. And so I'll include that in my newsletter. And I just want people to know I don't get into rhetoric or trying to tell people how to think. I'm just providing what the staff is doing a great job at with surveys, public input, opportunities, and I'm just trying to be another avenue to get to people so they can be engaged, know what's going on, speak to the things that they're passionate about. I want to thank the Public Information Office because on the District 4 profile for commissioners, they included how to sign up for my newsletter so for those who currently get it, know that I'm adding the election details. We're going to have a very busy time in our Board of Elections this year, and I guess I'll just wrap it up with that.
Commissioner Fisher?
Same thing. Happy New Year to everyone. And over the holidays, we lost a good friend. Not sure whether or not you all know, we lost G. Mays, who had served at our Sheriff Department and also ACC Police Department, who served faithfully in this department. And close friend of mine, and he's going to be missed. And unfortunately, his wife passed on Sunday. So that family is going through a lot with his kids right now. So, we lost two great community members to this particular community. I was not at the last commission meeting when you all came and addressed this commission. I was up in Washington, D.C. I met with both our senators, some of our elected officials, and one of the things that came up with both our senators was about the ceasefire. And that, for me, to see the number of women and kids that are being killed is a tragedy. As an African-American man, and I say this a lot, having grown up in the 60s and going through the civil rights movement and saw what happened to people that look like me, I get it and I understand. A ceasefire needs to happen. And, from our perspective as commissioners, you all asked us about a resolution. Not sure what a resolution would do, but I do know that it's a tragedy when we see men, children, and women losing their lives. And, and hopefully that will happen moving forward, that there will be a ceasefire. Hopefully our elected officials, the president, our senators, and our congresspeople can get together and hopefully, to negotiate some of these things and see the troops pull out of Galveston. So, Mayor, that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. So a few things. I do want to clarify for the minutes, because we've been moving so fast that there are a couple of, I abstained from the mayor pro tem vote, and I voted no on the calling of the question for item 6. So that's in the minutes. But there's the next District 6 litter cleanup will be at Stonehenge again, Saturday, January 20th from 9 a.m. to noon. Be meeting by the Stonehenge sculpture on the avenue, or the Ave. And solid waste staff is helping out with that greatly. So anybody who wants to help with that. We need all the volunteers we can because there's a lot of dump sites on ambiguous tracks that really need some love. And the next District 6 Town Hall will be Wednesday, January 24th at 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. That's going to be in the Cooperative Extension on Cleveland Road next to Fire Station Number 2. And that will also be featuring ACC Solid Waste. What I've heard from residents that they're most interested in talking about is recycling and kind of how that all works, what goes to charm, what you can put in your roll carts, yada, yada. So we'll get into that. Also heard a lot about, like the area of service. Most of District 6 is not served by our municipal service. So kind of getting into what the options are moving forward. Compost has come up a lot, so that. And then the thing that hasn't come up a lot, but I'm excited to also talk about, is the lifespan of our landfill, because it will fill up, and then that begs the question for generations thereafter, where will the trash go? Last thing, I appreciate the folks coming out to speak tonight. And I do request of the mayor and colleagues to consider supporting a resolution regarding a ceasefire. Indeed, it's not exactly our purview to weigh in on international matters. There's plenty that come to mind that are terrible. Sudan particularly comes to mind. So what makes this different, in my mind, is unlike many, if not really in some ways all of those conflicts, our government, our federal government, is providing vast sums of money and large amounts of arms to the side that I think most of us are concerned about in this case, who's carrying out the bombing and therefore the killing and maiming of tens of thousands of people at this point, half of whom are children, in a super dense area that at this point has been completely devastated. I won't belabor all the points that have been raised up before. It sounds like everybody here is pretty familiar at this point. It's hard to talk about, and there's so little I think we can do locally, but our collective voice in a formal way, such as a resolution, I think does a lot more than our individual outreach may, especially with regard to our senators, Warnock and Ossoff, who I think care a lot about what Athens has to say because so many of our residents help them get elected, as well as many of the people who serve on this body. And so I do think that kind of the three-part reason is our government is way more involved here, and therefore our tax dollars are. And in case it is worth noting, Israel gets funding and arms without conditions applied. They're the only country that the U.S. supports that gets it without conditions. So even if we want to tweak the language a bit, at the very least, when we're thinking about what to encourage our senators to do, in addition to, in my mind, supporting a ceasefire, if they're going to keep sending arms to the state of Israel, at least putting conditions on it that they can't be used to bomb civilians, which we've seen plenty of evidence so far they are doing. And the other really important reason, I think, is it has, maybe less practical impact that we could see some kind of measurable outcome on. But we passed a number of resolutions. I think of the one about being a welcoming place for immigrants and refugees that we passed. That just clarifies that we are a community that has the back of the people who live here, who are experiencing lots of threats and lots of feelings of a lack of safety, and in some cases overt violence, if not to them, then people they literally know and love. And this is not just, so that's about people who are suffering anti-Semitism and Islamophobia or anti-Muslim or anti-Arab bigotry. I mean, we had all these explicitly neo-Nazi newsletters that were explicitly anti-Semitic that were distributed all over the community earlier in 2023. And so I think there's real value in our government speaking to the value we see in all these people's lives and that we support them being here and that we've got their back. Even if those are mostly words on paper, I think it can be meaningful at a time like this. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, Happy New Year, everybody. Glad to see that Georgia was victorious, even though we were not in the ball game that we wish to be in. I look forward to 2024 and focusing on the things that align with our strategic plan, such as youth development, workforce development, crime prevention, homelessness, and economic development. I think we made a big step towards the homelessness tonight and look forward to continuing that work. Also, we're going to have a District 4, 7, and 10 Town Hall meeting on January 22nd, that Monday at 6 p.m. The location is to be determined, I believe. I don't think it's going to, if it's going to be in the library yet. Is that correct? Okay. But there'll be more information about that. Thank y'all for coming tonight. I appreciate y'all being respectful to us. Like they said earlier, y'all were definitely did it in a lot more respectful manner, and we appreciate that.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you. I guess we East Side commissioners better get it together and have a group town hall, huh? I want to let you all know that I did listen to you a whole lot last month. I have spent way more time educating myself about what's going on, following the news, reading some books on Palestine and Israel, and we're listening to the comments that people are making all across the country. We did receive a couple of comments from residents here who were, I really actually have to go back and look at them to think about like some of the points they were making about to consider if we were going to make a resolution in terms of not making sure that our Jewish residents here in Athens do not feel unjustly attacked. And so I want to go back and review them. But I did pull up some of the resolutions that were passed in other communities and looked at them and actually copied them into a document and would be interested in looking again with that document with some of my colleagues if they're interested. You know, thanks for being here. Much quieter. Obviously, that's appreciated. But, you know, for me, I have followed through. I have learned more myself. And I know I'm still uncertain about our role as a commission here locally with local government. But I am open to talking about this with my colleagues. And I will promise to write to all my elected federal officials, something I should have done already, but I will be following up and doing that. So thank you. And that's it. This is a long first meeting of the year, so I'm going to let Commissioner Thornton take over.
Commissioner Thornton.
I was going to say Happy New Year, but I'm going to put a pause on that because of the stories and the presentation tonight. Because it's not a Happy New Year for a lot of brown folk somewhere else that I don't know their names, they don't know me. So I'm always in pain for others, even though I don't know them. Like Commissioner Taylor, I'm glad to talk to any of you at any time. I know that you're focused on this, you're razor focused on this, and so maybe I need to be brought up to speed. I don't know how abrupt I was when you were here. I was trying to relate your experience with the experience I had when I was your age, and that's with the Civil Rights Movement and the Vietnam War, and even the killings on campuses back then. So that's where a connect is. But there's probably needs to be more of a connection for me. And I'm willing to have those conversations. Hard conversations really don't bother me. I think my ignorance or anybody's ignorance is a problem. So I see your role, for me personally, can't speak to nobody else, is to educate me, to help me understand, because there is a connect. But like I said, I'm open. You can feel free to call me or text me. You can find my numbers on our website. Three things that I noticed over a period of time as being a commissioner. Commissioner Wright brought it up about adopting the study and I guess doing or accepting the study. That is such a thin line, and that is what probably messed me up with my vote on the homeless. Another thing I don't want to open any old wounds, but it goes back to the budget. The past budget we voted on, that I abstained. I think Commissioner Hull, the strategic abstention, like there was something really eerie going on. But the truth of the matter was, I did not know that you had to have 6 votes for ordinance. So, and my last thing, it came up with Commissioner Taylor tonight about serving on boards, you know, who can vote and who can't vote. I hope in our retreat or during the year that I'm not putting Attorney Drake on the spot, but it seems like we need some education on some of these rules and regulations and processes to explain these little things to us. These are the things that we all should know as commissioners and to move forward and all be on the same page. I do think that, and I'll just say it, this has been, 2023 was hard for me, but serving on this commission this year has been probably one of my better years. And working with staff, even though it can be kind of difficult, has been very positive for me. I hope in Commissioner Davenport's text about us all working together, I think we're getting there, but may take a little bit more time. But I do think that there's a role that the attorney's office can play to educate us. I don't even know if you call them parliamentary procedures, because these are all 3 different things. But there's a role that I think we should have a presentation, either a work session or a retreat, so we can all know what's going on and be able to speak to it. With that, again, I'm not going to say Happy New Year. I look forward to anybody who wants to reach out to me, and we can move forward that way. I'll close with that.
Commissioner Hamby?
Thank you, Mayor. You want me to make a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of real estate acquisition or
And
disposal?
adjourn following that executive session.
And adjourn following that executive session. I make that motion.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to move into executive session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight.